Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to bring this meeting of the Council of the Town of Collingwood on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024 to order. And we'll start with the land acknowledgement that Councillor Baines will read for us.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The Council of the Town of Collingwood acknowledges that we lead a community located on the ancestral and traditional lands of many Indigenous peoples. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Wendat, Ganyan, Gihaga, Métis, just a few of those who are generously sharing knowledge about the history of these lands before European arrival, as well as the truths of our shared history. We seek to continue to learn and grow in these relationships in honor of truth and reconciliation.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. The motion is that the content of the council agenda for May 22nd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Ring. Would anyone have any amendments or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In regards to item 14.2.3, T 2024-12, 2024 Council Community Grant Award, I have a non-pecuniary code of conduct disqualifying interest in the Hope Chapel application, as I am currently a community volunteer for their student lunch program. I'll ask for discussion and decision on their application to be severed when we come to it in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll do the community announcements, and we'll just turn right back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The first item I had was just to remind everybody that the hospice walk and bike is this Sunday. Details or to donate can be found at www.hgtfoundation.com. For information about the 6-kilometer walker bike or the 20-kilometer bike, and then afterwards there's the raffle and the lunch. And so I'm looking forward to lots of support that day. I also wanted to mention that there's going to be a CAO's forum held by the Institute of the South Georgian Bay from 4:30 to 6 o'clock on May the 29th. It's titled Modeling a Regional Approach to Deal with Key Challenges. And it's going to be the CAOs of the area sharing modeling for a regional approach. To register, you can go on to Eventbrite and sign up for that meeting. I also wanted to mention that Impossible Metals is hosting an open house on Tuesday, May the 28th from 4 o'clock to 6:30. Council and staff have had a couple of opportunities to visit this local business that is getting international recognition for the leading edge technology development in regards to sustainable deep sea mining and harvesting. So they're located at 93 Sanford Fleming Drive. And if you are interested, you can register at www.tinyurl.com. And you'll get, if you get out there, you'll get to see some remarkable work that they're doing. And then finally, I just want to note that our Climate Quest exhibit at Central Park is still going on, but only till May 29th. It's a very interesting set of educational and interactive stages, thoroughly enjoyable, so hoping many will still get a chance to drop by. And that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I want you to remember all the nights I said nothing this evening, Mayor Hamlin, and I have timed this.
Okay,
So,
we're ready.
Right on. So congratulations to the entire Collingwood Blues Junior A hockey team organization on their historical milestone of the town of Collingwood's first ever junior national championship win at the Centennial Cup in Oakville this past Sunday. It would be remiss not to mention the silver medalists, the Melfort Mustangs from the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League, who gave their all in a 1-0 loss and showcased themselves as a worthy contender on the national stage. But before I get to the players specifically, I'd like to speak first to the amount of stellar operations and support required to successfully put this team in the place to achieve such a highly sought and coveted national win. Extraordinarily committed owners in Dave and Christina Steele, General Manager Mike Tarantino, Coach Andrew Campoli, and his support coaching staff, their team of scouting, video review, and team preparation specialists, trainers, equipment managers, billet families, and an extremely dedicated executive. And then additionally, at a tournament such as the Centennial Cup, food prep, accommodation, and transportation arrangements, and focused programming for optimization of the players' performance. It was an impressively well-run program. The Blues players are hardworking, talented, and dedicated athletes who proudly blazoned their part of the town of Collingwood's hockey legacy coast to coast to coast. For days on end at the tournament, they did not see or speak with their families or billet families, except to see them in the stands. The team's player leadership was made up of Captain Dylan Hudon and the assistant captains Spencer Young, Mark McIntosh, and Marcus Lahid. They and our very own Noah Pack, named the top Canadian Junior Hockey League goalie in Canada, proudly represented their team and our town in their media interviews nationally. There are professional athletes and politicians alike who could learn from their inclusive, classy, well-pointed comments, even recognizing and embracing the talent of a former Collingwood Blues player participating with another JHL team. They were highlighted on Hockey Night in Canada and national sports shows several times. This team was the subject of extensive OJHL and CJHL reels and coverage throughout all forms of media. It is certain how appreciative the Collingwood Blues organization and its players are of its amazing fan base. Fans were well traveled and present as the seventh teammate all season long, and particularly in Oakville. Fans who could not travel have expounded upon the excellence of Dale West's call of the games on the online radio station, developed locally just for this tournament, and then the others who streamed the game in staggering numbers on hockey.ca and watched on TSN. The team was regaled with a video of encouragement from Premier Ford and highlighted in the Ontario Provincial Legislative Assembly by MPP Brian Saunderson. I am extremely proud of the young men on this team. Once again, the players have woven themselves into our community through commitment to their sport, providing quality entertainment during home and away games, through volunteerism, their billet families, and their education. While the cups, the medals, and the banners are a major part of the success story, it is the player development with the Collingwood Blues that allows our players an excellent opportunity to access some of the best post-secondary educators in Ontario, across Canada, and in the U.S., including one player with a scholarship to Yale University. We have 9 graduating players leaving the team this year, and I wish them the very best in their future endeavors, combining their love of hockey with their future plans for life. So congratulations to the Collingwood Blues, back-to-back Provincial Buckland Cup champions, and the 2024 National Centennial Cup champions. That's all I have tonight.
For that, you get all the time you want. That was a good one. Councillor Doherty.
Just wanted to recognize what a fabulous meeting was organized last week by the planning department and in particular our affordable housing coordinator. We had tremendous feedback from the public. Every chair was full and a great response to the proposed zoning bylaws that would allow up to 4 units on a residential property. And there was also discussion with regard to reduction of parking requirements, all of which will hopefully contribute to more affordable accessory dwellings in our community. So just such a positive meeting and outcome. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Last week, I attended along with Councillor Perry and Deputy Mayor Fryer the Small Business Enterprise Center's 2024 Starter Company Plus launch and reunion, where 13 new small business owners were welcomed into the cohort, and we got to hear from a few of the past participants. The number of attendees are a testament to the good work that this program and the Small Business Enterprise Center does. Running yearly, it gives new entrepreneurs access to consulting through the center, along with monthly mentor meetings and access to a $5,000 grant. I've had the pleasure of being a mentor in this program for the past several years, and I'm always impressed with the entrepreneurs that this region produces. the Collingwood Downtown Farmers Market launched its season last week, and it operates each Saturday morning until Thanksgiving, located in the municipal parking lot at the corner of 2nd and Pine Streets from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. With local vendors featuring a wide range of vegetables, fruit, baking, meats, cheeses, and more. The town will also be running a booth at the market focused on a different topic each week, so please come on out and visit.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I have two congratulations announcements. First of all, congratulations to the two athletes from the Collingwood Clippers and one local athlete who just left the Collingwood Clippers to train at Barrie. They met the time standards to race the Olympic trials for Team Canada. Congratulations to the entire Clippers Swim Club, and there will be more information to follow. As well, the Collingwood Masters swim team, Georgian Bay Squall, who had competed in the Masters Provincial Swimming Championship April 19th to 21st, and successfully winning the provincial championships for a second year in a row. This weekend, members of the Squall will be representing Collingwood at the Speedo Masters National Championships in Windsor, Ontario. And so best of luck to all participants. And again, updates to follow. Those are my announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hanlon. Excuse me. Not sure if anybody heard, but the Collingwood Blues won the Canadian National Championship. Anyways, I'm going to repeat one announcement that Councillor Doherty had made, because I also attended, and I'd like to give as many shout outs to our staff and our Affordable Housing Task Force for all they do to make the battle against affordable housing hopefully non-existent in a few years. But anyways, on Monday, May 13th at the Collingwood Public Library, most of the council and I had the pleasure of attending public forum in the Affordable Housing Community Conversation. Approximately 50 citizens from a diverse cross-section of the community attended. Innovative ideas were shared, which were instigated a very robust discussion. I'm sure public forums such as these will only help battle this critical issue. My next item is Sunset Sessions is presented as part of the Collingwood Live and Original Music Initiative. Experience the incredible musical talent of artists under 18 as they take over Sunset Point's outdoor stage. Don't miss out on this epic evening of the free live music on Saturday, May 25th, approximately 4:30. Sunset Sessions is also a great opportunity to support Project Butterfly by bringing a donation of self-stable food and/or personal hygiene products. Collingwood Youth Center will be there to collect all the donations. This event is generously supported by Envision Tatham and Tatham Engineering. Do you own a heritage property? Join Town Collingwood Senior Planner Justin Teakle and Heritage Committee members for a community information session regarding the opportunity and responsibility of owning a designated heritage building. Topics will include: when do we need a heritage permit? The financial incentive programs offered by the Town of Collingwood and available resources for specific maintenance issues, and much more. The Collingwood information session will be held at the Collingwood Public Library, 3rd floor, Community Room B and C on Wednesday, May 29th, beginning at 6:30. RSVP Senior Planner Justin Teagle at jteagle@collingwood.ca. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'd like to follow up on Deputy Mayor Fryer's shout out for the Science North exhibit hosted, which is actually called Our Climate Quest, hosted by the Collingwood Museum, currently at the Central Park Arena. Here until May the 29th, your museum challenges you to become a Climate Quest hero. And for that, you should make your way to the Central Arena and look at the exhibits over 2 floors. And even tonight, it's open from 5 to 8, actually, extended hours specifically for your enjoyment to go and take the climate challenge. May is, of course, Museum Month for all of us here in Ontario, and more particularly for our wonderful museum right down there at the waterfront. You must go and take a look at it. They have some excellent exhibits, most particularly Blue Mountain Pottery is there right now. You can learn the history of Blue Mountain Pottery. And to end off with the museum, they also have their newest podcast, The Day Karma Didn't Come Around, which focuses tragically on the story of the day that Collingwood was rocked by the sudden loss of 8 young men and women on Georgian Bay. A lot to learn by podcasts, by in person, or over the web. So by all means, participate and see what your museum has to offer Collingwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Last Saturday, I had the pleasure, along with Deputy Mayor Fryer, to participate in the grand opening of the Hustle Grab and Go. What an amazing addition to our downtown, and a great spot to get a grab and go meal when you're in a time crunch. I will mention that there was a flash mob courtesy of Active Arts, and they danced to the hustle, and I wisely chose to end my participation at that point. Congratulations, Cassie, on this exciting adventure. On to the library. Toss it away? No way. Visit the library's Repair Cafe this Friday, May 24th at 12 p.m. You can sign up to have your tech item repaired by one of our fixers and keep your item out of the landfill. You can register through the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. If you're interested in becoming a fixer, you can contact Lori at lcrossan@collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. In partnership with the South Georgian Bay Community Health Center, the library is offering Budgeting 101 on Thursday, May 30th at 2 p.m. This is an interactive workshop where you will gain valuable insights into budgeting and managing your money. For more information on how to register, visit the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. And finally, this coming Friday, May 24th, there will be a walk at the Collingwood Labyrinth led by Jan Evans, Spiritual Director of Trinity United Church. This event will take place from 10 to 11 a.m. If you haven't had a chance to visit the Labyrinth, I highly encourage you to attend this event. The Labyrinth has been a great addition to the waterfront and a wonderful spot to walk, meditate, relax, and even dream. The Labyrinth is located in Harborview Park at the north end of Hickory Street. I almost said stick. Street. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll just mention a couple of things. Last week, I had the privilege to go to a conference that was attended and organized by the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Mayor's Cities Initiative. And this conference is held yearly, and the organization exists in order for the mayors to convene and discuss issues of common concern to do with the waterfront and the fact that we're sitting on this amazing body of fresh water, quite unique in the world, of course. So I went, I learned a lot, I met a lot of people, and I also was invited to speak, which I did on Friday morning on the session as part of a panel on waterfronts. And I think sometimes we forget, but I was glad to share how special our waterfront is when we think of all the many decades from the late 1800s, then it was an industrial waterfront, right? 40 acres of factory buildings where ships were built to where we are today with, I don't know, I've forgotten how many, 700 homes maybe, and more coming. And of course, our amazing project out on Millennium Park there, we hope will get unfolded as we revitalize our grain terminals. So I must say there was much interest in what we've done, and I think there'll be some follow-up of lessons learned. And so I think we in the community should be proud of what our community's done for our waterfront. I know we sometimes complain about this building or that building or wish we had this or that, but when you think about how far we've come and how many communities are still struggling on the Great Lakes. I spoke to one mayor whose community has a power plant that was closed down on 200 acres on their waterfront, and the power plant does not want to do anything with those lands. So just put it in perspective. But anyway, it was very interesting, so I wanted to share that. Also, I'll just say that Friday there's going to be a flag raising for National Accessibility Week. And of course, that's at 4 o'clock at our library. And it's this year the theme is Forward Together, Accessibility and Inclusion for All. And lastly, I'll just mention that we're having a public information center on June the 10th. And at the library, you can either come at 6 or 7 up on the 3rd floor. And it's to begin the discussion with the consultants that are doing our master stormwater planning on how we should handle flooding in our community for the long term. So this is the beginning. So if you're interested, want to see what's going to be unfolding and maybe have some of your own thoughts to share, please come. As I say, that's June the 10th, either 6 or 7. Okay, so that's it. There's a lot going on in our community. All right, next we have a deputation, and I'll invite John Mikkelsen to come forward to the podium, please. John is the project director for Ontario Pump Storage and is going to talk to us about TC Energy's Ontario Pump Storage project. Welcome.
Thank you. I take it this is on. Thank you. Your Worship, members of Council, I thank you for this opportunity to address your Council this afternoon. I am John Mikkelsen, Director at TC Energy, and I am been leading the development of the Ontario Pump Storage project for a number of years now, the project that we're proposing to build in Meaford, Ontario. I'm joined by members of my project team, my colleagues Andrew Mitchell, Sarah Beasley, Clark Little, and Herb Shields. And while we all work for TC Energy, we're speaking today on behalf of the project, which, if it proceeds, would be a partnership with Saugeen Ojibwa Nation. Representatives of Saugeen Ojibwa Nation are not here today, but I would encourage you to reach out to them to get their perspective on this exciting project. To begin, maybe a little background about me. I'm an engineer, graduate from the University of Waterloo, and I've been developing and constructing power facilities in Ontario for 35 years. This project, the Ontario Pump Storage Project, is without a doubt the most compelling and most important project that I've ever had the privilege of working on. And I say that from a number of perspectives. First and foremost, it represents a significant climate change initiative, an important component in achieving a net zero electrical system for Ontario. It advances Ontario's progress toward a clean electrical system, which was one of the 3 reasons cited by Honda recently for their decision to further invest in Ontario. And due to its connection to the Hydro One ESSA transformer station, the Ontario Pump Storage Project would directly benefit the reliability that Honda needs at Alliston. Further, it's an important and meaningful step in our journey toward Indigenous reconciliation, and I will speak to that in a moment. And lastly, it's an important opportunity to develop a local energy solution that creates jobs and economic stimulation here in Ontario. In Simcoe County alone, the project is expected to create 2,800 jobs and contribute over $455 million in GDP over the next 50 years. Important for you today is the fact that before this project advances to the final stages of development, it must satisfy to the Minister of Energy that it is in the interest of all Ontarians via the process that was outlined by the Minister on January 9th of this year. Further, prior to the start of any construction activities or operations, we'll need to successfully complete rigorous and comprehensive environmental assessment processes to fully understand and address any potential impacts. These assessment processes have yet to start, and we anticipate that it would be 3+ years to complete. And I need to add that the process, the environmental assessment processes will have ample opportunities for interested parties, including the town of Collingwood, to provide their input and ensure their comments are addressed. My commitment and conviction to see this project succeed deepens with every passing day. From the very beginning, we have sought to develop this project in an open, transparent, and collaborative way. We started by ensuring that we were developing a project that is founded in a fundamental societal need. There's no question that Ontario will need massive amounts of energy storage to be able to decarbonize its electricity system. And the rationale for this project continues to get stronger and stronger every year. Last year, Ontario's population grew by 450,000 people. That's like adding the population of the city of London to the province every year, and that's expected to continue. At the same time, Ontario is growing, it's electrifying. We're buying electric vehicles, installing heat pumps, electrifying transit, making clean steel, and new investment by companies like Honda, Stellantis, Volkswagen are all adding to the provincial demand. The government of Canada is prioritizing its effort to address climate change with the goal of achieving a net zero electricity grid in Canada by 2050. And that will require Ontario to eventually close its gas-fired generation and replace it with new, clean electricity. This spring, the Independent Electricity System Operator released their 2024 annual planning outlook. It's a forecast of electricity demand and supply for the next 25 years. The report highlights the need for additional supply and forecasts a gap of about 8,000 megawatts, which is equivalent to about 8 times the capacity of the project that we're discussing here this afternoon. And they need that by 2035. And this is after contributions from the Independent Electricity System Operators planned and completed procurements and the refurbishment of Pickering and new nuclear facilities at Darlington and Bruce Power. By 2050, Ontario will need to nearly double its supply of clean electricity. We cannot get to a net zero grid without massive amounts of storage. Under any future scenario for Ontario, whether it goes a renewable route or a nuclear one, or more likely a combination of both, Ontario will need energy storage to be able to balance and operate its clean electricity system. And from an environmental perspective, pumped hydro storage is hands down the most proven, environmentally responsible energy solution to meeting these emerging enduring needs. The cost and environmental footprint to replicate our project using batteries would be significantly higher when the overall life cycle impact is considered, including mining, manufacturing, transportation, installation, replacement, and disposal. This is a climate change initiative. It's a clean energy initiative that would assist in the orderly transition away from Ontario's reliance on fossil fuel. We're already witnessing the impacts of climate change, the implications which are amplified for those of us that live around Georgian Bay. This past winter marks the lowest ice cover on Georgian Bay in recorded history, and climate change is arguably the biggest single threat to Georgian Bay. Fluctuating water levels, severe and more frequent storms, flooding, wastewater and stormwater overflows, and changes to habitat. These are all products of the changing environment at Georgian Bay that are driven by climate change. And while this project on its own would not reverse this damage, it is a constructive and concrete step toward a better future. The project also represents one of the largest Indigenous reconciliation initiatives currently underway in Canada. If this project moves forward, it will be through a partnership with Saugeen Ojibwa Nation. And we've made a commitment we will not proceed without their support and participation. Saugeen Ojibwa Nation would have significant equity ownership and active roles in the management and environmental stewardship of the project. And we made a commitment to ensuring they have opportunities for employment, training, contracting, and supplying to the project. Through their ownership in the project, a stable, long-term source of income would be created for the nations that could have significant impacts in improving services, infrastructure, and the quality of life within their communities. This project would be a source of pride and a key to their economic self-determination. Last month, Chief Ritchie and Chief Nadjuan released a video that describes this journey and their perspective on this project. And if you haven't had a chance to view this video, I encourage you to take the opportunity to view it and enhance your understanding of their perspective. Saugeen Ojibwa Nation has a very special relationship with Georgian Bay. They have a responsibility as caretakers of lands and waters within their territory to protect it and have been doing so for hundreds of years. For Saugeen Ojibwa Nation, the waters of Georgian Bay bring and sustain life. Their relationship with the Bay is sacred, and they have a duty to care and protect the water. And to be clear, the Saugeen Ojibwa Nation will not allow this project to proceed without our demonstration that we are protecting Georgian Bay. They've had a leading role in the design of the project, and for several years now, they've been doing their own independent environmental assessment review, which includes discussion with the Saugeen and Nawash fishers, whose livelihood depends on the Bay. They know the Bay better than anyone, and they will be making decisions about this project based on their assessments. You've no doubt heard arguments that we should be utilizing batteries to meet our storage needs. There's no question batteries will have an important role in Ontario's electricity system. We need the diversity of technology and capabilities within our system, and batteries will have an important function. Last week, the independent electricity system operator announced the successful conclusion of their second round, or their second RFP, their second procurement, and has now offered contracts to over 2,200 megawatts of battery storage, a commendable achievement, but that represents only a portion of what Ontario will need going forward. The roles of batteries and the project that we're proposing are very different, and it's not a case of either pump storage or batteries, but rather pump storage and batteries. Batteries are more suitable for shorter durations, operating for a maximum of 4 hours versus our project, which would be able to operate for 10 plus hours, supporting the integration of additional nuclear and renewable supply. And this is demonstrated by the fact that the independent electricity system's next procurement, which they're working on stakeholdering at this moment in time, is looking for storage that is exclusively long duration. To give you a sense of scale, the Ontario Pump Storage Project would provide more storage capability measured in megawatt hours than the Oneida battery storage project and all of the storage that's been procured in the government's latest procurements combined. The lifespan of batteries is shorter, 15 to 20 years versus our expected life of 80 plus years. And challenges with batteries include a global supply chain that is currently dominated by China, and the pressure that siting battery facilities will have on prime agricultural lands that place on precious farmland that Ontario needs. When it comes to long duration energy storage at scale, pumped hydro storage is the optimal solution to meeting Ontario's future needs. The importance of the project to Ontario's future was validated by the Minister of Energy's letter to the independent electricity system operator in January of this year. To ensure the project is cost effective and that a balanced evaluation is undertaken, the Ministry of Energy has asked for additional information. In particular, the ministry is seeking a refined capital cost estimate. They're also seeking further information related to the project's broader societal and economic benefits that may be attributed to the project, as the independent electricity system operator's earlier assessments of the project did not include this validation. The process
Mr.
outlined
Mikkelsen,
in the
sorry
minister's
to
letter.
interrupt, but
Yep.
you're at your 10 minutes.
Sure.
I'm willing to let you go on for another minute or so, but if you could move to wrap up. Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, so we'd like to take this opportunity just to underscore this project remains in the conceptual stage. We have a full regulatory assessment process ahead of us, both federal and provincial. This will be about a 3-year plus process, and we anticipate starting this later this year. We think this project represents a number of opportunities, a solution to actually address climate change. It represents a meaningful and real Indigenous reconciliation initiative. And in contrast to alternatives, it creates significant employment, economic benefits for the region, including here in Simcoe County. We've received support from local councils, Meaford, the host community, Owen Sound, and Grey County, and I would encourage you to reach out to your colleagues across Grey County to ask any questions that you may have and share in their learnings. And I'd also encourage you to read a number of documents that have been produced over the last year, Empowering Ontario's Growth, and the most recent and Independent Electricity System Operators 2024 Annual Planning Outlook. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for coming to our council and sharing where you are in the process and what's ahead for you. The project has certainly expanded and changed over the years you've been at it, and it's looking good. Did anyone want to ask any questions this afternoon? No, I think we're good, but thank you. We're now going to move into our public meeting. This is the short-term accommodation licensing zoning bylaw amendment. And the recommendation is this. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to support the implementation of the town's short-term accommodation licensing program by 1, amending the definition of short-term accommodation to clarify that short-term accommodation is considered a type of home occupation and that a bed and breakfast is considered a type of short-term accommodation. 2, replacing zoning regulations for a bed and breakfast use with zoning regulations for short-term accommodation. 3, permitting up to 2 home occupations per lot, including a maximum of 1 short-term accommodation. And 4, specifying parking requirements for a home occupation that is a short-term accommodation. And I'll just note that this zoning bylaw amendment for which we're having the public meeting is intended to replace the zoning requirements for bed and breakfasts while also supporting the introduction of other types of short-term accommodations at a later date, subject to council's approval of an updated short-term accommodation licensing bylaw for Phase 2. For clarity, only Class A guest room licenses for bed and breakfast are currently available for application under Phase 1 of the short-term accommodation licensing program. And of course, there's lots of details about this on our website. So there's a sheet I have to read in that goes with public meetings, so sit back in your seats. Welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting for a proposed town-initiated zoning bylaw. No decision will be made this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce and obtain public comments on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The meeting will begin with presentations by staff. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed at today's meeting. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all public and councillor question and comments have been received, staff will have an opportunity to respond or provide clarification if appropriate. All questions and comments specific to the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment will be addressed at a future staff report that would be brought forward to council. It is very important that the town receive the correct names, email addresses, and mailing addresses, including postal code, of individuals having an interest in this initiative. If you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning this initiative, you must provide this information. Under the Planning Act, only those who have verbally expressed any comments here this afternoon or provided a written submission of any comments prior to council's decision have the right to appeal any decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And you should also note, if you do not make an oral submission this afternoon or a written submission to council before a council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. This meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public on the town's website. I will ask the planning services, please confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Planning Act within their presentation this afternoon. Again, I'd like to remind everyone that no decision will be made today, and the zoning bylaw amendment will be considered by council on a future date. Okay, thank you. Senior Planner Wukash is coming to the podium and will do a presentation, but perhaps will we start with Director Valentine? No. Okay,
Yeah,
you go ahead.
I'll just take it from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and good evening, senior staff, members of the public, both in person today and tuning in online. Again, my name is Nathan Wukash, Senior Planner with the town, and I'll be providing the presentation this evening. If we could have the slide deck up, please, and head to slide number 2. So this meeting will follow the town's standard public meeting format. Mayor Hamlin has already provided the introduction. The remainder of the meeting will consist of some background on the town's short-term accommodation project, which has been led by the town's bylaw services division to date. Clerk Almas is in attendance today to answer any questions about the background of the project and the licensing program as well. So I will provide a description of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, including both details of the amendment and on process. And I'll note that this public meeting is to provide comment on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment rather than details of the licensing program that have already been approved by council. Then the meeting will open up and we'll receive any comments from the public following council. So as the presentation gets loaded, I'll just confirm that the town has provided notice in accordance with the Planning Act for this public meeting today. This is a town-initiated amendment. So the idea is to support the implementation of the town's short-term accommodation licensing program. The changes do apply town-wide, so the notice was published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper on May the 2nd of this month, with no specific mail out because that would have been to every household in the community. So notice of the public meeting was also circulated to internal and external agencies and First Nations, as well as the Engage page project mailing list for people that had expressed interest in the project to date. So next slide, please. So a little bit of background. With the exception of bed and breakfast establishments, short-term accommodations, which are defined as rentals for less than 30 days, have been prohibited in Collingwood to date. Since 2022, the town's bylaw services division have been reviewing STAs in Collingwood and have completed extensive consultations with the community on whether additional forms of STA should be permitted. These consultations resulted in a report back to Council in November 2023, where Council directed staff to implement a phased approach to licensing different classes of STAs. This direction also included making the necessary amendments to planning instruments, including official plan policy and zoning bylaw regulations to permit other classes of STAs in the future. And that's why we're here today. So I would encourage any member of the public who's interested in more information on the background of the STA licensing project to seek out the town's STA project Engage page or the town's STA website. And you may also speak to bylaw services staff, and all of the specific web pages and contact information is provided at the end of the presentation. But today we're here to gain feedback on the zoning bylaw amendment portion of the project. So we'll scope the conversation to that aspect. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the more recent steps in the town's short-term accommodation licensing project timeline, beginning with Council's direction in late 2023 for a phased-in approach to STA permissions. The current official plan and zoning bylaw permit bed and breakfast establishments, which were the focus of phase 1 of the STA licensing program. Phase 1 was initiated on February 2nd of this year and relies on the current zoning regulations. So the additional forms of STA are outlined in the town's licensing bylaw and include a Class B principal resident STA, which is rental of a whole residence that is a single detached dwelling, and a Class C accessory dwelling unit STA, which is rental of a whole accessory residential unit on a single detached dwelling property. So the timing of phase 2 is to be determined and will require bylaw services staff to report back to Council in advance of any further licensing program changes for those other 2 classes of STA, as well as the approval of the town's official plan by the County of Simcoe and this zoning bylaw amendment being approved. So there are steps that are in process right now. Next slide, please. So what changes are we making to the zoning bylaw? Well, the town's new official plan, which was adopted by Council in December 2023, is aligned with Council direction to broaden the permissions for STAs subject to the licensing program and limiting them to the principal residence of the licensee. However, it does still require approval by the County of Simcoe, which we expect later this year. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would set the stage for phase 2 of the STA licensing program by permitting and setting regulations for the other forms of STA. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would be in conformity with the new official plan that Council adopted. So the specifics are to replace the zoning requirements for bed and breakfast with the new STA terminology and to enable other classes of STAs to operate at a later date subject to Council approval and that report back from bylaw services staff, along with any necessary updates to the town's licensing bylaw. Next slide, please. So here are some of the details of the amendment. So the zoning bylaw amendment would amend the definition of short-term accommodation to clarify that an STA is a type of home occupation. A bed and breakfast is one type of short-term accommodation. Bed and breakfast zoning regulations would be replaced with more broad STA regulations for those other classes, which may be located in a single detached dwelling, an accessory dwelling unit within a single detached dwelling, or in a detached accessory dwelling unit. It should be noted that the town is currently undertaking a quick wins housing zoning bylaw amendment that will update some of the terminology and require some harmonization with this amendment prior to council approval. The zoning bylaw amendment would also permit up to 2 home occupations per lot, including a maximum of 1 STA, and parking requirements would be set out. So where there are 2 or fewer guest rooms, 1 space would be required per guest room in addition to the spaces required for the primary dwelling unit. So that would be a total of 3 or 4 parking spaces. And where there are 3 or more guest rooms, a minimum of 2 parking spaces would be required in addition to the spaces required for that primary dwelling unit, which would total a minimum of 4 spaces. Next slide, please. So we have circulated the proposal to internal departments as well as external agencies and First Nations, and generally no objections have been received to date. And we have received very little public comment to date other than an email that I just received from one of the councillors during the meeting today. Next slide, please. So in order to submit comments, we would ask that if you're not able to come today and still would like to provide comments, you can do so by emailing me at nwukash@collingwood.ca or by providing written correspondence by mail to the town hall, which we will receive. And verbal comments will be accepted today during the public meeting or during committee of the wholes. So we would ask that anyone with comments on the proposed amendment to please submit them as soon as they can, so we can consider them in our final amendments to this proposal and move them forward to council. And if you'd like to receive any notice of future meetings or a requested decisions, please provide your contact details either today or to me by email, and we can keep you apprised of the project. Next slide, please. So once the public and agency comments have been received and we've heard from the public, we will have the opportunity to modify the proposed zoning amendment as needed, and before that comes back to council with a recommendation. Following approval of the zoning bylaw amendment will be a 20-day appeal period. And staff note that in this case, the zoning bylaw amendment won't come into effect until the town's official plan is approved by the county, because it would implement those policies that are yet to be approved. Next slide, please. So there's multiple ways to stay informed by email of general council meetings, as well as subscribing to specific project pages, including the short-term accommodation licensing project, which are all contained on this slide. And the final slide includes some contact information for the STA licensing project. And if you could just advance to that slide, please. This page shows how to reach that other information and also bylaw services staff. So that concludes my presentation for today, and happy to answer any questions and open the floor through you, Madam Mayor, to the public.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any members in the gallery who'd like to come forward and speak to this? Yes, please come up.
Mayor, Council. My name's Paul Andrews. I presently own the Joseph Lawrence House located at 492 Huron-Ontario Street. We are classed as a bed and breakfast by the current rules and regulations. I find it kind of surprising. First of all, I wasn't even engaged in this until recently by one council member contacted me about the short-term rental being adjusted for bed and breakfast. Excuse me for my short-term is on my notes. I wasn't preparing to actually talk today. Well, here's a couple of things that I have noted just on a very, very brief things. First of all, the 3-room maximum and parking. What we have found at the Joseph Lawrence House is every guest that comes up needs a parking spot, sometimes 2 parking spots. In the town of Collingwood, we have winter regulations of not being able to park on the street. We have 10 parking spots. Many a time we have 10 parking spots filled with 3 bedrooms. So you're going to need at least 1, maybe 1.5 parking spots per guest. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 that I noted, fire rules. Okay, we follow all the fire rules. We had Jeff, the inspector from Collingwood, just recently over there. There's got to be a fire extinguisher for any open fire. We follow umpteen rules. There is a huge amount of cost involved in running a bread and breakfast. We're talking just fire extinguishers and fire regulations. I would guess cost us probably somewhere around $500 a year in just fire extinguisher stuff. In addition to that, we have to follow one of the things that was not mentioned in the water is the water rules. And the water rules have a backflow converter, we have to install a backflow
Prevention device.
The cost of that backflow prevention device in our house cost $3,500 plus an annual inspection of $150 by the town charges, plus $150 by a plumbing inspector. So it costs us another $300. That's just, and if the rules are to change, all I ask is the rules change for everyone. So anybody that is going to operate this type of operation, I want everybody to be treated fairly. And that's one of the rules, that's one of the things. Next thing is enforcement of regulations, okay? We have never had a complaint, never, okay? We had one bad review 5 years ago, and since then, we've got scores of 5, 5, 5, 5, to the point where, like, we've always exceeded expectation is what we've always tried to do. And one of the things that we try to do is how would I call it? Help the other town members of our town, whether that be making a recommendation to a restaurant in town, whether that be recommending the things that we have available in this town. We have the most phenomenal parks that we can ever talk about. The ability to go down to Sunset Point. We have down to the atrium. Like I got people now coming that want to move to this town because of some of the conversation. In actual fact, 3 weeks ago, we had a gentleman come from Niagara Falls, and they are now in the thoughts of, they just love it so much here that they're actually thinking about coming up here, okay? This is a beautiful town, and I want to keep it that way. And I apologize that my thoughts are going to be all over the place, but one of the things that I've knowledge of, but I haven't got it with me, is that bread and breakfasts or short-term lease accommodation will increase the cost of housing. Okay, especially if you have people coming and buying a house just strictly for short-term housing, it will cost more to housing right now. At a cost right now, if I were to buy another small house right now, you got to qualify for 11% mortgage right now. There are a lot of small families out there can barely afford the mortgage that they have today. The mortgage rate, if you were to buy a house today, you could not afford a $500,000 house. You have to have an income of probably $150,000, $160,000 family income to establish a house. This will only cause more people to buy a house to then turn it around to lease out the house for short-term staying. You can make in a very short period of time, if you want to charge the things $150, $150 per room without bread and breakfast, okay? We charge a lot more than that. We consider ourselves a high-end type of operation, but it can be done. So you're looking at $450. Like, you can make more in one weekend, then a person wants to pay for that same house. Why would anybody want to rent a house when they can do a bread and breakfast, not a bread and breakfast. I consider ourselves a bread and breakfast because we serve a phenomenal breakfast. If anybody wants to come over, you're welcome to. But what you're seeing is you can make in one weekend $1,500. How many people would like to rent a house for $1,500 in this town? They'd love to. That is not going to be available if you guys select to do short-term rental. I do have a report. I have talked to one of the councils previous to this council that I have seen that is out there by one of the major universities down in the United States, whether it be, I wasn't sure if it was Yale or Harvard, about short-term accommodations. I will forward it when I can find it. It takes them a couple of days.
I can just interrupt for 1 second. You're speaking really about licensing.
Right. And that's where I'm trying to go
Yeah,
with.
so we dealt with that some time ago.
Okay.
And I think, I think you're speaking to the converted here at this council. And we've, in the licensing program, when it's unfolded for other than bed and breakfast, we'll be very much trying to address some of the points that you're raising here.
Okay.
And I'll just give an example. Like, we're told right now there's around 400 illegal short-term accommodations in Collingwood. Under the licensing system, it's going to be only about 200 allowed. So there's a lot of meat in the licensing. But if you could, your remarks, I know, you've give some very good remarks about the licensing, about the zoning bylaw. And I'll also say, if later you think of other things, please reach out to Senior Planner Wukosh, because you have a lot of knowledge about this. And your experience and thoughts are very, very much appreciated.
The one last thing I would say is that if you are going to do this, I think it's going to be a nightmare in terms of enforcement. This weekend, we had one person in the public Collingwood Lane, parked right across the public lane. We had one wild party about an unlicensed B&B. Like, something has to be done. I don't know what the solution is, but I think enforcement is probably the biggest thing, and enforcement costs money. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much for coming. Yes, come in. Who was the other person who wanted to speak? Yes, please come up. Yes, please do.
I can understand all.
No, because no one can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
If you're not at the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To start with your name and address.
My name is Diana Elliott, and I live on St. Clair.
And what number would it be?
47, right by the water. The trail goes behind me.
Thank you.
I have the thoughts of doing my Airbnb to help me pay my taxes. I've got a lot of taxes, and my husband passed away, so I'm trying to keep the house going. With Collingwood, when you have children, they all come. It's not like living in Bradford or somewhere where here, when they come, I have the house is full, and they bring their friends. So I'm trying to keep the house going, okay? But I have a lower suite with 1 bedroom, private entrance, all of this bells and whistles, but that is only lent for someone who will stay for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever. I live in the house. It's the only house. I have lots of parking. It's a great big lot. I think that these types of short-term rentals with Airbnb, and the beauty of Airbnb is that if my kids say, Grandma, we're coming up next week, that's it. You're not coming. It's booked. So for me to rent permanently, I wouldn't do it anyway. So if anybody says, well, you're taking away permanent rental, no, because I'm not going to rent permanent. I built the house with that so that I can be a family home. And being an Italian background, that's a big family home. So everybody comes. So I just want to make you aware that there are people like me who don't want to be illegal. I want to be legal. So I wish you council would just sort of decide what you want me to do to be legal. And that's all I can ask of you. I've had no complaints. I've had nobody's complaining about parking or anything. They don't even know they're there. We're like, there's trails behind me, there's bush, there's water, nobody knows nothing. And one of the respondents on to me said, going to your place is like going to a little oasis in the town of Collingwood. So I'm not bothering anybody, and I want you to consider, what do you want me to do to be legal? Okay, that's all I'm asking from you.
So you'd like
Okay.
us to speed it up?
I'm finished.
No, I think what I mean is you'd like us to
Yeah,
speed up our
Just
process.
speed it up. I mean, I don't
Got
care
it.
what you want. I'll pay you a fee. I've had the firemen in. What else do you want me to do? But just tell me and I'll do it.
Okay,
But
well,
I need to pay my taxes, and this is what it's helping me with now. Okay?
okay, well, thank you for sharing
Thank you
your,
very much.
your thoughts. Don't forget to sign the paper here on the table.
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Would there be anyone else in the gallery who'd like to speak? Clerk Almas, is anyone online?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Hammer. We do have a number of attendees participating remotely. If any of our attendees wish to address council regarding this planning application, please press the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. And none at this time, Your Worship.
Okay, I'll ask one more time from the gallery. Anyone? I don't see anyone. Okay, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting and I'll just see if any member of council has any questions or comments at this time. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I think staff have laid this out very well in terms of what we're going forward. My questions are more clarification for some of the questions I get to explain the current enforcement status of SDAs in the absence of our completed process. I know I've had one particular call last week from someone who is surrounded by short-term accommodation, and her neighbors will know who calls if she calls, so she can't call and complain. So she's in kind of a bad spot in a disruptive neighborhood. So I think maybe just some explanation going forward or today so people can understand that it's status quo right now in terms of the process to lay a complaint. I think you already addressed my question in terms of spreading out the short-term accommodations, which will come up under the licensing portion. And then in terms of our process for circulation of a town-wide notice in this case, I'm just wondering if we haven't contemplated also adding radio to the internet portion of that notice. I think that with the elimination of the newsprint, I think the radio edition might add to our ability to get to more people. I know someone mentioned to me they listen to chats at 6:30 and they know what I'm doing Saturday at noon. So it's also a good avenue.
Okay, thank you. Those are good comments. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hammond. I just have a question when we talk about the parking and defining the parking spaces over the last couple of years and getting, I guess, concerns or questions coming to me and having an allotment of parking spaces per bedrooms in the house. Some residents that were using their hosting a STA were using their front landscape walkways and interlock walkways as driveways, and it was really, starting to clutter up and cram up. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to allowing these parking spaces, is it like, what's definitive as is it an asphalt laneway or concrete? Or I mean, it can kind of get carried away a little bit when it comes to any hard surface and where cars do park. Obviously, we have the concern now with boulevard parking potentially coming up that it's just going to start to congest everything a lot more. So just when defining how many parking spaces, if somebody has a 15, 20 foot wide interlock walkway at the front, does that account as a parking space or how that'll work? So just my question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Senior Planner Wukash, are you able to answer that today, or is this something for a staff report?
I can certainly begin to address it today, and then we can discuss the matter with bylaw services. Typically, the zoning bylaw does have restrictions on what should be considered parking and what's not. It doesn't generally allow parking on front lawns and that sort of thing. And so deferring to Clerk Almas with any extra information. My understanding is that the licensing bylaw also will have some control over where parking is provided on the property and how many spaces and where they're located.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I was going to speak to the parking as well. We heard in the presentation about the concern of what is being seen happening. When we had our open house last week, and you'd sit around the table and you'd talk about things, it always would come down to parking. The challenges of the housing side of it and the parking requirements that are there. So it's more just a comment at this point in time, because I know staff are working hard at this, but it's also going to be one of those enforcement issues that we're going to have to probably follow through on. Because I know the theme of what I was hearing at that session last week was, well, we don't need all this parking, and then you've got the winter requirements and those types of things. So it's a real quandary to the whole aspect of introducing this and ties to the affordable housing too. So I know what's being proposed. It was explained to us about the requirements that what would be required as parking spots. I'm hoping that through the course, as we always said, this is a bit of a fluid situation as we try to introduce this. We'll hear back from staff in regards to parking issues that we'll just have to figure out ways to sort through. I think it's a real challenge, and it's come up in other areas when we talked about businesses coming in and things like that, right? So it's definitely a problem, but we're working towards a more mobile without vehicle Collingwood. So hopefully we can sort this through, but it's going to be a real quandary.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was about to say your worship. Okay. To Senior Planner Wukash, just a question of clarification and nomenclature. I'm confused perhaps. Will the term B&B or bed and breakfast be expunged in favor of short-term accommodation going forward?
Senior Planner Wukash.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, the term bed and breakfast will remain in the zoning bylaw for now. The definition is basically currently that it is a type of home occupation.
Home occupation, yes.
And so the zoning amendment creates a cleaner definition of short-term occupation, which also includes a bed and breakfast. So a bed and breakfast is one type of home occupation and will remain in the zoning bylaw at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. And if I may, to my friend, Mr. Andrews, if he and others could provide some data in regard to, you had mentioned 10 parking spaces on your property, to the percentage of occupancy throughout 365 days. I'm sure that's data would be valuable for Senior Planner Wukash and for all of council, just to know what is the vacancy rate for your 10 spots and other B&Bs as well, knowing it helps frame the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other comments, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Unless there's any wrap-up comments, Senior Planner Wukash you'd like to make?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Just appreciate hearing from the public that spoke today and from council about clarification and other thoughts, and we'll certainly be bringing them back to our internal working group with bylaw services and report back. And again, I encourage everybody who hasn't yet had the opportunity to provide comments to either email me or provide them in writing, and we would greatly appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 7.1. I'm looking for a motion that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting and special council meetings held May 6, 2024, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations, the special council meeting held May 9, 2024, and the council meeting held May 13, 2024, be approved as presented. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. With respect to the minutes of May 13th, item 3.3, the declaration of my conflict with respect to the Collingwood Blues. I believe I did clarify it was a code of conduct. It's a non-pecuniary, and the explanation was as a non-voting member. But I would just like that clarified within the minutes, please.
Okay. Does that have to be an amendment to the minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And the same set of minutes, 3.2 on page 2. It states a non-disqualifying conflict for myself, and it should be that there was a disqualifying interest code of conduct declaration.
Okay. Thank you. Any others? So could I have a motion to amend the minutes for those two items? Yes, Councillor Baines, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. So a vote on the amendment. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And the motion as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Is there any business arising from those previous minutes? Okay, I see none. The next item on the agenda, the motion I'm looking for is recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meetings held May 6, 2024, contained within the May 6, 2024 Council meeting minutes be hereby approved as presented. And there were 5 things as part of that meeting. So the first one was the CAO 2024 operational plan, Q1 status. The second was the C 2024-04 mechanisms and processes in order to establish an official town position. The third one was C 2024-05, the 2023 annual report of non-standard and emergency purchases. The fourth one, T 2024-11, this was the 2024 Q1 financial report. And lastly was the minutes of other committees and boards. Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Potts has seconded that. Any comments on that? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Although it was unanimous, I would like to just, if we could, have a brief discussion on C 2024-04 on the staff report on governance review. I noted at the Committee of the Whole meeting that I was going to plan to do that. I didn't see any need to defer it and leave it at Committee of the Whole, but I wanted to make sure all of Council were on hand today. I still am very supportive of the report's focus, which is for Council to have a separate discussion on governance review. The hope had also been that over the last couple of weeks, there would be an indication from the Heritage Committee about their intentions, but of course, nothing's come forward. The one certainty is that there's been significant changes by the province since February when this motion was put in place regarding the scope of the Heritage Committee's review. Specifically, it's only in regards to delivery of certain infrastructure services, roads, water, wastewater, and stormwater. Most likely, these services could be delivered through a municipal enterprise corporation, which would have their own separate boards with possibly public board members. The Peel region transition continues to move slowly, so no real indication as far as being implementation there either. So I just wanted to talk about it from the standpoint of when the motion was prepared back in February, the thought was that there was going to be possibly governance review. That looks like it's going to be next to no chance of that. It's just going to be on the infrastructures. But I do believe strongly in governance review in conjunction with the fact that Simcoe County is going through a review themselves. And so I'm hoping that when we have our meeting that we specifically talk about this, we can include the other aspects of things like the Simcoe County review and also our own internal review, if I think it's appropriate to be looking at all that in conjunction. So it was just to note all that. As I said, I'm completely in support of the idea of a special meeting and a facilitator. And I was just trying to provide some extra input into what I was hoping to see when we do get together.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other comments on these minutes? So bring this to a vote then. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 8 is staff reports. There are none today. Item 9, there's no bylaws. Item 10, there's 4 departmental updates. The first one is with respect to the Master Mobility and Transportation Plan. And Director Slama is going to do an introduction, and then we have our consultant and one of our staff who are focused on this with us here today. Over to you, Director Slama.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and good afternoon, Council. Yes, as Mayor Hamlin mentioned, we have two of our leaders of our Master Mobility and Transportation Plan joining us today. We have Ed Dulovic. So Ed, if you want to wave to the crowd. Ed is the town's project manager and leading the town staff and communicating council's priorities within the study. And we have Harrison McGrath with us today, and he's an engineer with EXP, and they're our consultant on the master plan. So Harrison will be taking council through an update of the master plan. He will review various components of the plan, speak to where we are today and what can be expected for the next steps of the study. The master plan was started in the fall of 2023 with consultation completed in earnest in spring 2024. We have held a public information center. We've had conversations with council members, conversations with the Trails and Active Transportation Committees, and met with various community stakeholders that have a vested interest in our community transportation. So Harrison's presentation will also review what the project team has heard to date as a community priorities for transportation in Collingwood. With that, I'll hand it over to Harrison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Over to you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I hear you've come from Halifax.
Yes, got here yesterday. Glad to be here.
Well, welcome.
So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Harrison McGrath. I'm a transportation engineer with EXP, and I'm the project manager for the Master Mobility Transportation Plan. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of the presentation today. I'll go over the project overview, our scope of work. We'll go through some status updates for what we have underway and next steps. The next slide. So what is a Master Mobility and Transportation Plan? So this project is really a long-term plan to develop a transportation network that it can accommodate the growth that Collingwood is seeing and expects to see in the future. The MMTP will be a multimodal plan, so it won't be just car focused. It'll be consider active transportation, transit, private vehicles, and goods movement. So why do we need an MMTP? With the significant growth that Collingwood has seen in recent history and projected to see into the future, it really has an impact on the transportation network. So we need to accommodate growth in travel patterns to 2051 is our plan. So the MMTP will provide the town with a long-term planning necessary to identify the needs to establish priorities between vehicles, active transportation, and transit. And part of our job will be to review best practices in emerging transportation trends and movements of goods. Next slide. So we'll be aligning our plan with local and county priorities. The recently approved Town of Collingwood official plan is a key kind of plan that we're kind of working with the transportation recommendations through that. So tailored for increased traffic volumes anticipated within Collingwood and the surrounding area to 2051. The goal to create a safe and multimodal integrated transportation system in cooperation with town's neighboring municipalities. Enhance the public transportation systems, both county and town. Focus on creating enhanced and connected network of active transportation facilities to serve Collingwood and connect the adjacent communities. And to safely facilitate movement of through traffic to recreational and resort areas. Next slide, please. So part of the town's policy direction is enhancing active transportation facilities within Collingwood and surrounding municipalities to build the town's existing transportation system and the county's regional public transportation system through connectiveness, accessibility, and affordability. to address the capacity constraints on roads due to the anticipated traffic volume increase to the year 2051, and to create a safe multimodal integrated transportation system. Next slide. So through the master planning process, it's being carried out in accordance with approach number 1 of the master planning process as outlined in Appendix F of the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment document. In line with the MCEA guidance, master plans must satisfy first 2 phases of the Class EA process. Phase 1 is problem and opportunity, and phase 2 is alternative solutions. Phases 1 and 2 of the MCEA process will generally be addressed and will form the basis for the recommendation Schedule B and C transportation infrastructure projects identified in the final MMTP report. Next slide. So our study objectives are really to develop a cohesive plan to address long-term mobility needs of Collingwood. So really, instead of having separate plans that address active transportation, transit, vehicle movement, and goods movement, really we want to integrate mobility as a whole for the municipality. So to align the MMTP with the official plan and other municipal priorities so that the official plans are actually working together. Review and update existing policies related to transportation, improve safety for all road users, prioritize active transportation and transit while managing vehicle congestion. So we really want to see more people, using active transportation and taking transit opposed to traveling and commuting by private vehicles. And finally, we'll be developing and prioritizing a list of transportation projects to meet our long-term objectives. Next slide. So our study approach is, we have 3 phases. So stage 1 is status assessment, data collection, community engagement, and visioning. So that's a stage that we are here right now. We're kind of close to wrapping up stage 1. So our next step will be stage 2, which will be selection and analysis of alternatives, existing policy review, and development and draft recommendations. And then our final stage will be developing recommendations, an implementation plan, monitoring plan, and the final MMTP report. Next slide. So stage 1 tasks include gathering and reviewing background information. So that's the official plan, other transportation master plans, strategic documents and policies, stakeholder and public engagement, data collection, to develop a calibrated travel forecasting model, network and corridor level of service assessment, greenhouse gas assessment, network safety assessment, Hurontario parking, cycling facilities, patio, and associated cross sections, and identification of issues and opportunities. Next slide. So for our background review, I've mentioned some of these documents already. The Town of Collingwood official plan is one of the major ones. We're also looking at the Economic Development Action Plan, the County of Simcoe Transportation Master Plan, Town of Blue Mountains Transportation Master Plan, the Collingwood Cycling Plan, and the previous Collingwood Transportation Master Plan. And this isn't an entire list, but just some of the main documents we're looking at. Next slide. So a lot of our stakeholder and public engagement for stage 1 has been completed. There's a public information center number 1 held in March and April, I believe. And we've had interviews with town staff and council. And we've also been receiving kind of regular feedback through from the public through email. A lot of the comments we're receiving are pretty similar. Traffic calming is a high priority. There's a lot of concerns with speeds and shortcutting. Improved road safety and Vision Zero principles. Pedestrian cycling infrastructure needs to connect subdivisions to downtown and schools, especially with new subdivisions that are being developed. Separated pedestrian cycling facilities should be considered in some locations where we see a high volume of both pedestrians and cyclists. A lot of comments about higher frequency and extended hours of transit service. And recommendations on the bypass route should be included, which has been studied in the past. Next slide, please. So just a brief summary of some of the stakeholder and public engagement. There are a long list of items that were identified, but some of the more frequent priorities that we received were installation of more sidewalks and cycling paths and trails, improving road safety, safe, accessible, and comfortable roads for all road users. Reducing weekend seasonal traffic was seen as important. Reducing road and traffic congestion, improving connectivity outside of the town, provide efficient and affordable transit or microtransit services, improve access to local businesses for work and shopping, and provision of parking downtown was perceived as the least important of some of the items we discussed. Next slide, please. So some of our data collection that we've included in the project, there's been inputs from the town. Census data has been used, streetlight data, which is data that tracks cell phone movement, and data from other transportation master plans that have been completed in the area. We've reviewed collision data between 2017 and 2023. And there's going to be a separate speed study that is, we're working on integrating the two right now, that will kind of inform the MMTP. Next slide. So our calibrated travel forecasting model, this will be a municipal-wide traffic model that'll be used for planning and assessing scenarios and upgrades. This type of model, it's kind of a high-level model, so it'll really it doesn't get into the details of each intersection, but is more of a municipal-wide model that will show how people are traveling throughout the municipality. So the base model is being developed and calibrated to reflect real-world conditions. We actually just wrapped this up yesterday. So this model will be used in the forecasting of future travel demand for 2034 and 2044. So we'll be running the two separate scenarios. And it'll provide high-level results for mode choice scenarios and vehicle level of service for corridors based on our alternatives analysis. Next slide. For our network corridor level service assessment, this is just kind of an example of what we'll receive as results. So we'll identify where there's traffic congestion now and in the future with increased traffic volumes. And this will help identify upgrades to manage vehicle congestion and test through our analysis scenarios. So one key component is, we may not completely solve congestion, but the plan is to kind of manage it as best as possible. Next slide. For greenhouse gas assessment, we've received some data from the municipality already. So part of our task will be to reevaluate our baseline greenhouse gas production estimates and forecast future. We'll use this data to determine GHG reductions with the desired modal share. So more active transportation and transit use, and also electric vehicles becoming more popular. And through this, there'll be some policy development to support measures like electric vehicles. Next slide. For network safety screening analysis, so this is based on the collision data that we've received over the last 6 or 7 years. So the data has been reviewed at the intersection and segment level based on collision frequency and collision rate. So the collision frequency is just how many collisions are occurring. The rate considers how much traffic is actually there. So 10 collisions on a local street are a lot different than 10 collisions on a major street. So we're also looking to prioritize our kind of safety areas based on collisions involving vulnerable road users, and also injury and fatality collisions are being included in our priority list. So this approach aligns with the Vision Zero approach, which aims to prevent and eliminate injury and fatality collisions. Part of the analysis will prioritize locations for further study and identify potential general safety improvements that could be considered throughout the municipality, like leading pedestrian intervals where pedestrians are given an advance. The pedestrian light comes on before the green does, which gives pedestrians kind of a head start on traffic. Protected signal phasing which could be included to provide safer crossings for pedestrians and cyclists, and potentially new and upgraded pedestrian crossovers. Next slide, please. The Hurontario parking, cycling facilities, patio, and cross-section assessment. We've completed a qualitative assessment of parking on Hurontario Street, parking and also just general traffic and how the street's being used. So we've reviewed the parking supply and general use, and we're also reviewing the safety and functionality of angled parking. One thing we did identify in our kind of preliminary review is that almost 20% of collisions happening on Hurontario Street are associated with angled parking and vehicles backing up into traffic. So we'll be looking at a few different options for safety improvements, which could involve conversion to parallel parking, for example. So that'll be included in our analysis. We're also assessing potential for cycling facilities on Hurontario Street. So this would likely require angled parking to be converted to parallel parking just to free up some of the space for proper cycling infrastructure. So we'll be assessing a few different types of cycling facilities. And our cross-section, we'll be developing concept cross-sections that can also consider pedestrian cycling infrastructure and patios and just general use of the street. Next slide, please. And then our final step is identification of issues and opportunities. So a list of primary issues and opportunities will be developed, discussed, and kind of formalized. And this will be a basis for our development of alternatives for evaluation in stage 2. Next slide. So the speed study was originally a separate study that we're actually working right now to integrate it with the MMTP. The speed study will consider changes to speed limits throughout the town and how they could influence safety and travel patterns, including shortcutting. And our scenario analysis will consider changes to speed limits throughout the municipality. Next slide. So our next steps will be to finalize traffic model calibration and network level of service analysis. A lot of that work was actually finished yesterday, so we should see that complete in the next week or two. Will be to finalize identification of issues and opportunities, complete a summary report of all tasks that were included in our stage 1, and then to complete the speed study in parallel of stage 2. Next slide, please. So in stage 2, again, it's the selection of analysis of alternatives, existing policy review, and development of draft recommendations. Some of the tasks that are included in that will be additional stakeholder engagement on alternative development, selection and evaluation of alternatives, transportation policy development. So we'll be developing complete streets policies, on-street parking, traffic impact study, and community safety zones. We'll be reviewing road classifications and typical cross-sections. There'll be a second public information center, and we'll have a second council update as well. Next slide. Thank you. That's the conclusion of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or accept feedback.
Okay, well, thank you. That was that was a great report. Thank you. Anyone on council have any comments or questions at this point? Councillor Perry?
Caught me off guard, but thank you.
I thought you were about to raise it.
I was going to raise my card,
so,
but thank
yeah.
you.
I'm watching.
This is just a comment, and thank you very much for a great presentation. I'm looking forward to seeing this report, but I could save you a bit of time as far as studies. We need a crossing at Mountain Road and Black Ash Creek Trail. I went across there on the weekend, and it took me about 20 minutes. And it's extremely dangerous. Whether it's a solar powered thing, as cheap as you can, but something needs to be done there. So I'm just throwing that out there. So if you can look at that, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Slama.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Councillor Perry, we are looking at that with the Mountain Road reconstruction. You're referring to the crossing right at the bridge? Yes, it is getting realigned and we'll have a PXO.
Okay, cool. That's great news. Thank you. I just, whenever that happens, it can't happen soon enough, even whether it's something just temporary right now, but the weekend was a nightmare, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you to our presenter, thank you very much. I heard a lot of comments that give me great optimism as to what we're ultimately going to be looking at in terms of a new master transportation plan. But I did have just a couple of comments. One, you were talking about intersections, and you, and I'll quote, you will consider a Vision Zero approach. And I would think that we would want to have a Vision Zero approach as opposed to just think about it. Now, that may just have been a choice of words, but you know, that's a very important concept, as you know, and one that's a high priority for our residents. Very happy to hear your comments about Hurontario Street. There are a lot of cyclists that are drawn down there. It is a very dangerous, if you are on the road, to cycle downtown. And I think it will benefit the merchants greatly, that it just becomes more of a inviting active transportation throughway. And then the only other comment I'll make is with regard to active transportation facilities, and I mean not just cyclists, also people traveling actively in other modes, walking or rolling. And that is that if we could have a more consistent, predictable active transportation facilities, so that, as an example, all arterial have the same active transportation facilities, all collectors have the same active transportation facilities. And I think that would be a benefit not only to those users, but also to drivers. They know what they can expect when they're on those types of roads. But other than that, thank you very much, and look forward to more.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. So my comments are just really specific to, at this point, to the traffic calming policy portion, which we have married into our MMTP. And I had spoken previously about processes in traffic and calming that included other parameters besides speed. And our current parameter is an average of speed that occurs on any street. And we noted last time that through last year, none of the streets qualified for traffic calming. And so the CAO challenged me to come up with some examples. And of course, we have an amazing organization in our town, Safe Streets, and they researched some examples, and I've forwarded them on to the CAO. But there's factors such as volume, land use, and road width. And Councillor Doherty has spoken to one or two of those a number of times as well in terms of traffic calming. So I really look forward in our next steps to seeing some of this input taken into consideration in that policy.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Mr. McGrath. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious in regard to Hurontario Street and the statistics there in regard to accidents. I do remember a former chief of police advocating for abolishing angled parking for parallel parking, and shortly thereafter she was replaced by another, but not that that had anything to do with it. I know myself, when I am backing out, I'm so worried and nervous about being hit by a car, but I never actually think about bicycles or bicyclists and what could happen there. I suppose my question is, do you have any data that would show if we move from angled parking to parallel parking, does this A, do the accidents go down? And B, does the speed potentially go up on here in Ontario? Because I have to think that a limiting factor on speed on here in Ontario is that concern as you back out in angled parking that you're going to get walloped, and therefore as a car going down it or up it, that you are cognizant of cars backing out. So any data one way or the other?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, we don't have any data, or we've been looking for kind of supporting studies. We haven't been able to find any data, but there's kind of general support that angle parking, especially nose in angle parking, is less safe than parallel parking. Back in angle parking is also another thing that is fairly new that we've seen an uptake in different locations. There's also some challenges that come with that, so that'll be included in our analysis. With the, I mean, if through our evaluation of the parallel parking, another thing that will contribute to speeds is just making the street wider than it already is. So, if we do look at that, a component of that will be to kind of narrow the street to kind of have that traffic calming built into the design. So yeah, that will all be considered through our evaluation.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I'm probably not going to be very popular here because it sounds like I'm going to give the reasons why I would hope that we really consider leaving angle parking on the main street. I know the reasons why. But one thing about Collingwood's downtown is its uniqueness, and I think that's what we're known for. There's not too many main streets anywhere in Ontario that have angle parking except for Collingwood. They have been previous councils. They have tried the backing into the angle parking spots that didn't go over very well, and it's been abolished. In my lifetime here, I know for at least twice, maybe 3 times that we've reconstructed the whole main street, and we've always come back to the angle parking. So, I mean, we've had lots of opportunity to go to parallel parking. I'm going to say that, yes, I can see the reason why the consideration is there is to make the street wider, and which would be, and in fairness, probably better for the cyclists. But are we going to abolish patios because they're going to take up the extra space in patios that they do now? So, I mean, how are we narrowing the street if we're going to allow patios on the main street? So I would hope we really consider and get all the pros and cons before we make that change, because A, we're going to lose a lot of more parking spots at the downtown, and B, I know my my passed away mother would drive for blocks trying to find an angle parking because she won't pay. And she's not unique in that fact. I know a lot of people that will drive around the block to find a spot where they can drive in so they don't have to parallel park. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. With your deference, Mayor, I just had one more question, and that was with regard to your objectives for level of service. I was at the Ontario Bike Summit in April, and there were presenters presenting their research, quite heavily data-driven decisions on design there. But one of the things that really stuck with me was the notion that if you improve level of service for one mode of transportation, you are necessarily going to reduce the level of service for others. And so if we are looking for a A level of service for vehicles, it's going to be an F level of service for active transporters. So I hope that we're looking at something that's a little bit more balanced in its approach, so that, no one is going to get probably like an A level, but no one will have an F level of service either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was just really impressed with the directions you're going with in your report. So thank you for that. I just had three things I wanted to share. One was you had mentioned about improving connectivity outside the town, and that is a great goal. When I sit on the Economic Development Committee for the County of Simcoe, and last week there was a comment about the trail that connects the county trail to the effect that staff were reserving it for future transit use. And I said, oh, instead of the trail use, and oh, yes. So I just wanted you to have that in case you wanted to reach out to them. Also, I've had two business owners, one who has quite a, what do I call it, leading edge business in our town, and the other who's an investor in real estate, have both said to me in the last, I'd say 3 weeks, that we should be planning in our town for autonomous vehicles. Like everything from parking standards to you name it, and for the sharing of autonomous vehicles. That's what I should have said, sharing of autonomous vehicles. So this is way above my pay grade to know whether this is coming or not, but they were both separate discussions. They were both adamant. So I just wanted to share that with you. And lastly, I think everyone in town, and including at this council table, has a view on angled parking on Ontario Street. So I just want to share, because I thought it was interesting, when my daughter took driver's ed in Toronto at least 15 years ago, they imparted on the students in that class not to park in the angled parking in Collingwood because it was the most dangerous parking like in the province. And this is before we moved for full time, maybe it's 20 years ago. Anyway, she still won't park. She'll drive around to avoid the angle, but they really imparted that. So I just wanted to share that with you so you had at least one view. And the other thing I noticed about the angled parking, I would say about 20 years ago or 15, it used to be a lot easier to get out of those spots because the people driving up and down here in Ontario would stop to let you back out. And I think as our community, my observation anyway, I'm just sharing, is that as the community has had more traffic and people are in more of a hurry, fewer people let you back out. So I think that gives rise to people like having their heart in their mouth when they're trying to get out of spots. So anyway, I just wanted to share that while we are at it. Okay, so thank you very much. That's it for you for today, I guess?
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us. The next item on departmental updates is on our zoning bylaw. So we're having a project kickoff and Director Valentine's going to share her thoughts on that. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and my apologies that I'm not able to join in person in chambers today. Like many areas of Central Ontario, my location is under a tornado warning, so I will try my best to stay connected and with the power on during this presentation. So we are certainly before you today, as you mentioned, for a soft launch of what we consider a really exciting project, which is the zoning bylaw update. And don't worry, we will be rebranding this title so that it's much more attractive for public engagement. You will certainly have seen this project noted in the 2024 approved budget, but we do want to bring it back to the top of your minds because you'll be seeing community outreach on a variety of platforms in the not too distant future. If we could please move to slide 2. So before we get into the details of the project, we'd like to start with everyone being on the same page. Just a quick primer on what is a zoning bylaw. So at its core, the zoning bylaw is a regulatory tool that controls the use of land within a community. It's also arguably the most important instrument that we as municipalities have to implement our official plan for day-to-day administration. The zoning bylaw contains requirements that are very detailed in nature, and they do drill right down to the site level. The zoning bylaw is legally enforceable and compliance is required prior to issuing building permits, for example. Zoning bylaws, they typically contain two parts: the text portion, which is definitions, provisions, and standards, and detailed mapping or schedules. But most modern bylaws, including the result of this project, will also include some user-friendly additions such as diagrams, overlays, etc., that help with interpretation, implementation, and administration. Next slide, please. So to set expectations, as much as we might want it to be, zoning is not a panacea. There are matters that the zoning bylaw is legislatively designed to control, manage, maintain, or improve, but there are other things that we simply cannot enforce through zoning. Some examples are on this slide. So what we can regulate is the use of land and buildings, the built form, location, number, and type of structures, the lot area and dimensions, gross floor area, height, setbacks, lot coverage, the things you hear often through our planning public meetings. What we can't control through zoning is land or unit tenure. So for example, we couldn't zone a piece of property and say only a condominium or only a rental development could go here. We can't speak to tenure. We can't control the number of occupants or the price or affordability of units. Now you'll see that we put a little star next to that one because there actually is a tool available under the Planning Act called inclusionary zoning that can help us with affordability of units. But unfortunately at this time, it's not widely available across the province and we can't implement it in the town of Collingwood. We also can't do what planners call people zoning. So we can't zone for the type of user or the end occupier. We can't discriminate against any group of persons or people. So for example, we can't say only youth can use this site. We can't control vegetation, retention or replanting, architecture, building materials, and so on, as noted on the slide. If we could move to the next one, please. So why is it beneficial to update our zoning bylaw periodically? Firstly, the planned revisions would better align the bylaw with our community's vision and priorities. As we know, the existing bylaw dates back to 2010, so our community's priorities will have changed since that time. We also use these periodic updates to incorporate new information, such as background studies, including how we address pressing issues and trends like the housing and climate crisis, as well as the series of past council resolutions that we have in our back pocket that have been related to zoning. We'll also take this opportunity to improve the clarity of the bylaw, its ease of use, not just for the public and the development community, but for staff and council, making development decisions more predictable and transparent. And lastly, we are legislatively required to update the zoning bylaw within 3 years from approval of our new official plan to implement its goals and priorities and policies. As you're aware, the new 2023 Collingwood official plan was adopted by council late last year, and we are expecting approval from the county to be considered before the end of this year. So we really do want to be ready to hit the ground running with this zoning bylaw update project. And prior to the OP approval, we can certainly undertake procurement of a consultant and begin some of the initial background research and community engagement. Next slide, please. So to that end, as soon as the budget for the project was approved at $150,000 in 2024, we moved forward with the procurement process. In accordance with the town's procurement rules, we used an open market request for proposal, or RFP, approach for consulting support. We did issue that document in February. It closed in March, and it followed the evaluation process that was in accordance with our town policies and procedures. So we are happy to announce publicly that the successful bidder was the Planning Partnership. Now, council will recall this firm is the same group of individuals that assisted the town with the official plan review, but I will note that they have put together a different composition of lead staff, those with more extensive experience in zoning bylaw updates and community consultation, as well as Indigenous engagement. So we did execute that contract in April. We've had the startup meeting with our internal working group, and we'll get further into the anticipated project stages and milestones shortly. But before that, if I could have the next slide, please. So at the end of the day, what do we want to gain from the zoning bylaw update? Well, we certainly want to address the ever-evolving legislative and policy context at the provincial level, which is, as we know, challenging to keep up with at best. We want a bylaw that conforms to and carries forward the excellent work done on the 2023 official plan. And we also want to facilitate sensitive infill and gentle density, as well as apply a lens of innovation for a true made in Collingwood approach to the zoning bylaw that can set us up for success. As you can also imagine, we wish to support a complete, sustainable, and affordable community through this tool and address those emerging trends that I mentioned, including the housing and climate crisis, to the extent that we can using the zoning bylaw instrument. The world is also changing at an incredibly fast pace, so it's desirable, especially from an economic development perspective, to build some flexibility into the new zoning bylaw, to recognize existing uses and new uses as they emerge without having to do costly and expensive amendments. And finally, as mentioned before, we would be striving to simplify the bylaw and improve its clarity. So at this point, Madam Chair, at your concurrence, I would pass the floor to Senior Planner Wukash, who I hope is somewhere near the podium. He will be leading this project, and you will certainly be hearing from him at various points in the coming months as we move through the anticipated stages. Oh, I see Nathan now, so thank you. I will mute my mic for the moment.
Thank you, Director Valentine, and over to you, Senior Planner Wukash.
Thank you, Director Valentine, for the introduction, and hello again, Council. I'm going to provide an overview of the main stages of the project and the project timeline. So the initial stage involves a lot of background work, preparation of discussion papers on key topics, council interviews, and an early round of consultation with the community. A technical advisory committee of internal staff will also provide multidisciplinary guidance throughout the project, and that includes engineering, economic development, bylaw enforcement, and IT staff for mapping and GIS services. The initial outputs of stage one will be a final project work plan, a communications plan, and a branding strategy as well to make zoning more exciting for us to talk about in our community. The main outcome of this stage will be a strategic directions report that will sort of launch us into the next stage, which is writing the bylaw. So for stage one, we're targeting completion of stage one by the end of 2024, but could vary depending on approval of the town's official plan and provincial legislative and regulatory changes that are occurring now. Next slide, please. So stage two would see the preparation of a draft zoning bylaw for another round of consultation that may result in further iterations of the draft bylaw prior to a formal public meeting. Report and draft bylaw would be presented to council in advance of the formal consultation on the document itself. And that stage is targeted to be completed in Q2 of 2025. Next slide, please. So the final stage really is to fine-tune the document based on feedback received at a formal public meeting and written correspondence from our public and stakeholders. The target is for council to approve a new zoning bylaw by mid to late 2025, and it would be accompanied by a plain language summary document, which is always useful for understanding and utility of usually a technical document. So next slide, please. So all told, the goal is to complete the project in roughly 12 to 18 months with consideration for additional time to work through appeals of the document, which are typically inevitable. The comprehensive zoning bylaw update process timeline may vary depending on feedback received through the public consultation process, council direction, and the consultant's final work plan. So the next slide just identifies that we're excited to share this update with you and let you know that the project has commenced. We had an internal kickoff meeting last week, which was great. And we had some good conversation and feedback that will guide the initial stage of the project. And we're happy that it's underway. We'll also be launching a new Engage page to support the project, so stay tuned for that. And we'll also have a dedicated email address at zoningbylaw_update@collingwood.ca. If anyone would like to provide any initial thoughts, feedback, ideas, we're happy to receive them. So thanks very much.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any member of council have any questions or comments at this stage? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. So through to Senior Planner Wukash. So I was really happy to see the sensitive and gentle infill reference. So this comment may go to Director Valentine, but I guess I had asked about an overlay in the OP process, which was too soon, and it's been referred to the ZBA. I'm just wondering, maybe it's too soon to ask, but what kind of tools are there? And is there, I don't know, any ability? I mean, it always seems so long, all of our processes, 12 to 18 months, and what is happening and how to stop it in the interim. But I would just be curious to hear what the tools would be or the amendments within the ZBA to assist with infill, our infill challenges.
Anyone, either of you like to take that one on? Yes, go ahead, Senior Planner.
Sure, I can begin and defer to some Director Valentine if she has anything to add. There are a number of tools that we can use in our updated comprehensive zoning bylaw, including an overlay. Some communities are looking at zones that permit a pretty wide range of what's called ground-oriented types of units. So that would include anything from single, detached, semi-detached, townhouse, small walk-up, provided that they're ground-oriented and people can access them from grade. The wide range of additional residential units that would be permitted too. So it kind of like is a zone that would permit a number of different types of built form, but that are all ground related. So that's one direction that we're likely to go with this zoning amendment, zoning bylaw update. And we're sort of the quick win zoning bylaw amendment that we're working on right now, and we'll have a public meeting next month about, also sort of delves into that realm, but maybe not at such a broad level. We're certainly going to try to make some initial changes to the zoning bylaw before this process wraps up that will try to encourage more housing quicker, but saving some of the larger changes that would affect the entire community to that comprehensive update.
Do you have a follow-up?
Great answer. No, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senior Planner Wukash, for those remarks. And I would certainly echo, especially around the councillor's concern about timing, that we do have a short-term quick wins zoning bylaw on the docket to come before you in June. So that'll provide some early thoughts and direction through that public meeting. We do want to ensure that we really do balance the needs for affordable housing and other concerns that neighborhoods would typically raise, such as traffic, height, setbacks, and that type of thing. So we'll have a really keen eye on the priority of ensuring that we have safe and affordable housing for everyone in our community, but also looking how we can best integrate that in a sensitive, gentle infill manner. I will put out a quick plug that the CMHC just released an entire very detailed guidebook on best practices for gentle density, which we will be reviewing very closely. And we also have the opportunity to look at this matter from a geographical perspective. So what may be appropriate in one area of town may not be in another area of town. So at this point, Councillor, everything is on the table, and we look forward to hearing from the public and stakeholders throughout the process.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Thank you for the presentation, Director Valentine and Senior Planner Wukosh. I listened and I'm hopeful the 12 months to 18 months timeline is successful. You mentioned that it can be dependent on appeals, but we also know that it can be dependent on the ever-changing landscape that the province decides to throw at us. You also earlier it was mentioned about the official plan at the county right now. That it's hopeful that that'll come through that process in the near future. My question then is there anything about the process of the zoning bylaw right now that is held up by the fact that the OP is still sitting at the county level? Hopefully not, but I'd like to know that just for certain.
Yeah, thank you. I can address that question. We actually asked that specifically of the consultants and had that conversation with them as well. And the answer was no, there's nothing specifically holding up us continuing with the process. So we want to move full speed ahead with this project, and we can always adjust along the way because there'll be multiple touch points for consultation with both the community and with council through this process. So we anticipate the earliest sort of timeframe in which the official plan would go to the county council for approval would be September. We're targeting getting in front of you with modifications to mapping and policies in the summertime. So there's a lot of policy projects coalescing in the summertime, which is making it for an exciting and busy summer, but that's our target right now. Yeah, short answer is we're going to move ahead and try to stick to the time frame in which we've identified today.
Okay. Well, that's great. Thank you so much to both of you. That was great.
Thank you.
Bit of information for your kickoff. Looking forward to it. I think what we'll do now is we'll just take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Thank you. Being Council. And just before we get started, I wanted to let Council and the community know that we've had a successful selection of our youth mayor. And I had an opportunity to meet with her yesterday, and I guess yesterday may be her first official event, meeting the mayor and Claire Comas. And so when she came in with her mom, she's a grade 7 student at Admiral. Grace Johnson is her name. She's a very impressive young lady. And she will be attending a council meeting on June, I think it was the 17th. Yeah, June 17th. She'll be at a flag raising on Friday and numerous other events over the course of the month. So I'm sure you'll be really excited to meet her, and we'll be seeing her before we know it. So I just wanted to introduce with that. Thank you. And now the next item on our agenda is the 6th Street Road reconstruction update. And Director Slama, take it away.
Council. We're here today. We just wanted to provide an update to Council on the new 6th Street cross section. So I have with me today, we have our town's project manager, Mike Latimer. Mike, if you want to wave your hand so people know who you are. So Mike will be the town's representative and the contact point for this project on behalf of the town. And then we also have some of the members of our design team from Tatham Engineering. So we have Alan Brownridge and Mark Figueroa. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't practice it quite enough, but thank you, everyone, for coming. So I'm just going to go through the plan changes in detail. Staff felt this would be valuable for council and the public to help understand how how the street will be changing as we proceed through construction. Next slide, please. So just to review some of the background of this project, staff originally identified the need for a transmission water main along 6th Street to meet future water demands in the town's west end and to complete some asset replacement of aged and deteriorating service water main. So this prompted a review of all infrastructure components and the subsequent planning for road reconstruction. The broader scope included a review of to the town's existing master plans, such as the active transportation plan, the cycling plan, and the transportation update. Staff and consultant also considered current design guidelines and best practices related to road, water, wastewater, storm infrastructure, as well as the cycling, pedestrian, and accessibility guidelines. Staff reviewed some of the cross sections analyzed through the early design phase, which was up to 30%, and presented a recommendation to council in November 2023. Following the staff presentation and valued conversations with council and community stakeholders, the decision was made to move forward with a cross section that incorporated off-road one-way cycle tracks with the maintenance of a pedestrian sidewalk, maintaining a pedestrian sidewalk on the north side. Staff are here this evening following 30% design of this cross section such that council and the public can see how all of the components have been considered and accommodated. This is a generational project. The new cross section will look much different and will transform the street into one that we hope will encourage active movement as a preferred means of transportation. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick glance at the cross section, which was supported by council and our Trails and Active Transportation Committee. And I'm going to go through particular aspects in detail. Next slide, please. So the design features that we are incorporating in this cross section, some of the features include the vehicle lanes, reducing those, incorporating a raised one-way cycle track, maintaining the boulevards, and maintaining the pedestrian sidewalk on the north side. So collectively, these will change the experience for all of the users. Next slide, please. So vehicle lanes. So here we've highlighted the vehicle lanes, and these are going to be reduced from 3.5 meters to 3.3 meters. So this 6th Street is a collector road. We do need to keep in mind that we need to accommodate transit, snowplow, fire trucks, and some larger vehicles. So the 3.3 is necessary. However, in moving the cycle lanes off of the road, this does reduce the asphalt platform width, which will definitely change the feel of the road. Next slide, please. So what we have incorporated for cycling facility is a raised one-way cycle track. So this is a one-directional track on either side of the road. It will be separated and raised from the vehicle lanes, and this will provide some enhanced safety for the cyclists. The width is 1.5 meters, which is the minimum, but does conform to the cycling design guidelines of OTM Book 18. Next slide, please. For the boulevards, so we can see that there will be a substantial grassed boulevard on the north side and a grassed buffer on the south side to separate the road edge and the cycle lane. So, of course, we really need to have the boulevard space to accommodate snow storage. And in this case, we are going to be now have a little bit of additional snow storage with the cycle track as a separated facility. We've also, or the design team also considered the garbage bins and space needed to accommodate those. And you can see we will be installing a barrier curb, and 6th Street will remain will not permit parking as it is today. Next slide, please. Pedestrian sidewalk will be maintained on the north side of the street. We will be keeping the width at 1.5. That's what it is today, and that does meet the standards. It will include a 0.6 meter marked buffer separating the pedestrian sidewalk from the cycle track. And by the AODA standards, this needs to be a different color and a different texture. So that provides for enhanced safety for those two modes, or the various modes of transportation there. Next slide, please. For the south side, this is where we see all of the utilities. So we've got the above ground electrical utilities is essentially preserved for the most part. So we're there isn't the need to move the hydro poles, which is important, because if we have to do that, it is a costly part of a project. The below ground utilities will be located within the South Boulevard or within the South Travel Lane. And basically all of those need relocation. So we've got gas, telephone, and fiber optics. For the most part, the existing residential boulevard improvements can be preserved with this cross section. So that's also good news for the south side. Next slide. And on the north side, we are going to have some tree displacement. And of course, with that, we will be considering replacement trees within the design. But unfortunately, to accommodate the travel road, the one-way cycle tracks, the snow storage, and the service laterals to each home, all of the trees need to be removed on the north side. The number of trees that we will be able to replant will be determined through the final design. When we're looking at that, some of the considerations that need to be taken, or some of the aspects that need to be taken into consideration for the design is, how a tree might affect the individual services to the home. We also are going to be installing 2 PXOs on 6th Street, and that's an improvement from today. And we want to make sure that we're having clear sight lines for those PXOs. And then with the cycle track, the one-way cycle track, there will be some additional signage. So we want to make sure we're preserving the visibility of the signage for that. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we included a few images that I thought might help speak and help everyone understand. I could speak to and help people understand how the cross section is going to change. So if we start with the one on the left, and all of these are looking in the eastern direction. With the new cross section, the center line is basically staying the same. So we'll have the center line maintains where we see the cycling lane on the road. That is now going to be part of the grassed boulevard. And then where we see the grass boulevard today, that's now going to be the cycle track. And then where the sidewalk is, that's going to basically be in the same place. So when you look at this image, you can see that the tree that's in the current grass boulevard is now going to be in the way of the one-way cycle track. If we look at the middle image, so again, this is a bit more focused on the north side, and this is close to Oak Street. So again, the center line will remain the same. The lane will be slightly smaller. What we see today is the on-road cycle lane. That will now be the grass boulevard. Where the grass boulevard is going to be the cycle track, and then you'll see a blending into the sidewalk. At this location, we have to do some adjustments in the design because of the bridge. But this does, again, show that that tree is going to be in the way of the cycle track. And then the last photo on the right is looking more to the south side. So keeping the center line the same, we've got the travel lane will be a little bit smaller. The current on-road cycling lane will now be a grass boulevard. Where you see the beginning of the grass boulevard, that will be the one-way cycle track. And then the rest of the utilities, for the most part, the above ground utilities are going to be maintained. So the hydro pole that you see there, that we don't have to move that. The large tree on private property, we don't see that as impeding the work, but hopefully that explains to you a little bit on how the south side is going to change. Next slide, please. So looking forward on project timelines, we wanted to give the public some idea of what they can expect. So as mentioned, we're working through design. Tatham's working through the design this year. We're planning for 2025 to be utility relocation, and construction is going to start in earnest in 2026. We see this project being broken down into 2 phases. The first phase would be the eastern half, so here Ontario Street to Oak Street. So during this time, this is when at the start of construction, of course, residents will see and feel some major disruption. There will be traffic, cycling, pedestrian will need to be detoured or diverted, and residents will start to see some of the trees coming down in 2026. In 2027, we'll continue on with the project in phase 2, which should be Oak Street to west of High Street. And again, we're going to see the vehicles, cycling, and pedestrians will need to be detoured or diverted. We will, on the eastern half, start to see some establishment of the finished boulevards, and we'll be starting the warranty period of the phase 1 commissioned and completed infrastructure. And then 2028, it's potential we might see a bit of spillover of the construction, but we're not planning for that right now, but we are leaving it as a year open in case we need it. But we'll see the finishing of the completion of the phase 2 work, and the community will enjoy a fully reconstructed 6th Street, and we'll see the end of the major detours by 2028. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the presentation. If council has any questions, certainly I can try to answer, or we can have members of the design team speak to certain things if I don't know the answer.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mary Hamlin. So in terms of the process, next steps, the design, this isn't what came to council and hasn't been approved. So I assume there's a design approval process to come back I could not in all good conscience be known to support something that's going to eliminate 36 trees on 6th Street. I could not. I don't want to be attached to it. I think this is a devastating. I understand some of the things that have to happen in that design, but you know, we're prioritizing cycling. We're not prioritizing pedestrians as much. And I just will state that I'm just really not in favor. Particularly if we're not going to have ahead of time the number of trees that can be replaced, the caliber of the trees that will be replaced. I think this is a horrible position to put members of council in to make that kind of a statement tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think there was a question there, which was, is council approving the design? And CEO, I'll just ask you about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. So this is our second time to council with this design, with a design. The first time was in November. We brought forward a 30% design, which put more concentration on changes on the south side of the road. And after several deputations and weighing in of some members of the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, council voted to adjust the design to the cross section that you see today. So we wanted to bring that back to you so you would see the full design, and it is a generational design change. It does set up for easy and comprehensive active transportation use. So we had not intended to come back again. This really was a courtesy review so that everyone really could see what was happening and how it would happen. Certainly there is a lot of sensitivity in Collingwood with respect to trees and what we need to do moving forward. Council did direct in the south end of Huron, Ontario, when we had put in a multi-use trail on the east side some years ago. I believe it actually was under the previous council just before the last election. Council asked that we replace twice as many trees of a significant caliber. And I think that as we proceed through this project, solutions of that type would be the ones that we were looking at, either on this roadway, but as Director Slama and the design team have noted, there are some constraints to adding new significant trees on this roadway, but if not on this roadway, then in adjacent locations that are as close as practical to the site.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Just following up on the trees, sort of get an idea of what the future could hold. The current trees that you showed pictures of are 40 years old or so, or would you know?
Through the mayor to Councillor Baines. So I don't personally know the age of the trees, but what I can tell you is there is a bit of variety on the street. When you're closer to Huron, Ontario, there's some older, more established trees, and definitely on 6th Street, closer to High Street, there's some younger trees.
If I may, then let me rephrase it and say that if we were to have 36 trees of a similar size as exists now under the configuration that you're proposing here, again, I'm not sure you can answer this question. It must be a botanist or so, that whether or not where they would be placed under what you're proposing, whether the roots could accommodate or be accommodated in that space, because it seems to me that they'll be very tight up to the curb as shown here, and that may become a limiting factor on their growth and or their viability at that spot going forward. But again, it would take a horticulturalist or botanist or presumably to answer that question. Thank you.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
So through the mayor to Councillor Baines, I mean, what I can communicate is that the design team certainly knows our Collingwood's interest in replacing trees. So, you know, we have full intentions to replace as many trees as we can and to do the best that we can. And there may be an opportunity to work with landscape architect to see, to consider the variety of the trees. But I think, the reality is what we're seeing through the preliminary design is that essentially none of the trees can be preserved today, in that less trees will be replaced on 6th Street itself. We can consider placing trees on different streets as we did with Huron-Ontario South.
I just was wondering if I can ask my question now. Is it possible to plant on the south side? I know the trees are coming down on the north side, but there is going to be a boulevard on the south side. Could we make up the difference, maybe even more than the difference, by planting on the south side?
Thank you to Madam Mayor, I think what comes to mind right away is the hydro, the above ground hydro. So we have seen on other streets where we've planted some trees under the hydro lines, and then the tree does become, maybe compromised is the wrong word, but needs to be pruned in unique ways to accommodate the hydro lines. I don't know, Tatham's, either one of you from Tatham's have any comment on whether there would be a ability to plant any trees on that south boulevard? I'm thinking that there's a lot of underground utilities as well. Smart.
Thank you to you, Madam Mayor. It's a great question. And the short answer is it is very difficult in that North Boulevard to plant more trees, as Director Slama noted. Sorry, the south, pardon me. As Director Slama noted, there is the aerial infrastructure, whether that's hydro or communication lines. The boulevard between the curb and the cycle track in that area is only 1 meter wide, which is certainly not considered wide enough to accommodate a tree. And that 2.2 meter wide boulevard on the north side is considered wide enough to accommodate a tree.
Okay, I have another question then related to this. We successfully planted about, I think it's 700 trees through our tree program by offering rebates to community members who come forward and want to plant trees through the donation that we had received. So I just got me thinking, what if we offered to plant on private property? Like, is that something we could consider? Because, most people would love to have a tree on their property. I mean, not everybody, I appreciate that, but lots of people would. Is that something we can consider?
I think that is something we can consider and talk with. I would definitely talk with my colleagues in Parks, Rec, and Culture about that, and how the program has run and the success rate.
But I'm thinking even not charging the people, and I don't know what kind of budget impact that is, but if the town could plant and I'll say donate the trees, we might get a great take up on replacing trees on that corridor. And it is nice for the pedestrians and cyclists to have trees as well. I mean, this aside from all the other benefits of trees that we're so familiar with, it does add to the active transportation users.
And to you, Madam Mayor, so I'm thinking ahead, we could either, seek some direction from council today to investigate that or consider a budget. Like we would need to have a budget earmarked for that component of the project.
Okay, well, maybe under the motion section of the agenda, I'll bring a motion to that effect. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the biggest conundrum I think I've ever faced as a member of council, because I'm obviously a great supporter, have always been a great supporter of maintaining and expanding our canopy whenever we can. But this is not the last time that we will be faced with this challenge because of how our streets are designed, where we have tended to plant our public trees. This will happen again. So there is, if we consider trees from the point of view of their ability to carbon capture, basically, there is literally formulas that are being used in other municipalities. I think of Ottawa right off the bat, where they have actually a private tree bylaw. And when an individual applies to remove a private tree, depending upon the caliper of that tree, they will have to replace with either 1 or 2 or 3 trees. And if 2 or 3 trees can't be accommodated on that property, then they go someplace else. So using that formula, I think we could replace those trees from the point of view of the benefit that they provide. And I actually had exactly the same idea as the mayor, that if we cannot replace them 1 for 1 on the boulevard, that we offer private trees to the residents all along the street who are, losing a tree that, in many ways feels like their tree because of the size of them. So I would be very supportive of exploring something like that. And depending upon what remains of the Di Lorenzo donation to the town, perhaps it can be taken out of that as opposed to increasing the budget for 6th Street redevelopment. So those would be my thoughts anyway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and all the comments about the trees. I'm very supportive of the ideas that are being put forward. What I wanted to ask about was what you've proposed to us today is a fairly significant change to what we'd seen back in November. And it became evident from public input and council input that we wanted to really take a look at that solution. I appreciate the efforts of everybody putting together what you put together. Do you believe there's any particular point that was raised that we couldn't address? One that comes to mind is the hearing from the residents about the entry and the exit of their driveways. When I look at the design, it looks open. It looks like it's taking into account that there's going to be vehicles doing that, and it's going to be probably much better than it is today. But so I guess through the mayor to yourselves, is there any other points that were raised by people that we were trying to address that it looks to me like you captured everything. I'm just wondering if there was anything that stood out to you that just couldn't be accommodated.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Fryer. I'll start and I'll see if Mark wants to add anything. So I think one thing that comes to mind is the lack of the pedestrian facility on the south side. And the previous cross section looked at the multi-use trail, right, to provide that functionality for cyclists and pedestrians and different modes. So we're not able to accommodate a sidewalk on the south side. And I think there is some concerns of if pedestrians will use the one-way cycle track on the south side as a sidewalk. So that is a possibility. I think with respect to what you had mentioned for the sight lines in the driveway, I think the one-way cycle track is known to be better for cyclists. Drivers I think residents and drivers in that area will understand that they expect, a cyclist and a vehicle to come from the same direction. So certainly the data that we've seen shows that the one-way cycle track is better from that perspective. Can you think of anything else, Mark? Okay.
That's good. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I echo Councillor Jeffrey's concern about trees. So I think we're all in the same boat with that, but I do understand this needs to be done. So hopefully there can be a resolution to the tree issue, like Mayor Hamlin mentioned. That would be wonderful. My question is more on the construction. So you're saying the center of 6 will be basically where it is right now. So how wide are the lanes right now on 6th Street compared to what will be coming? Are they the same width, not including the bike lane that's there now? So are they 3.3 meters right now?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor, they're 3.5 meters today, and they'll be reduced to 3.3.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good news. The other question is construction of the bike track portion. Is there any consideration to saw cut concrete? It's more expensive, I understand that, but long-term maintenance is a lot less. I don't know if there's been any thought put toward that, but.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That's a detailed design type thing. So we'll look at asphalt versus concrete. Just something that comes to mind right away is that visual distinction. And if we're looking to deter pedestrians from using the one-way cycle track, putting it in asphalt is probably a good way to do that with some stenciled paint markings and signage as well. But the maintenance is a great consideration that we'll be looking at in detailed design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I don't see any other comments at this time. So thank you for that update and go forward from here. The next staff report is on access to recreation policy year 1. Acting Director Kubik, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to ask Recreation Services Manager Finley to come up and provide our report.
Thank you, Director Kubik, Mayor Hamlin, council members. I am here to give you an update on our access to recreation policy. Back in February of 2022, the resolution was passed that we could move forward with this policy to provide funding for those who required it to access programs in Collingwood. We received our first application in October of that year. We campaigned through presentations to Simcoe County staff at the Simcoe County building right next to my office and reached out to a lot of our social services organizations that we currently had partnerships with, and then through them spread the information out further. Collingwood Today did a story on the opportunity, and we also had some brochures developed and placed in our various recreation facilities. We have received applications from individuals, youth, adults, and seniors, and we've also received multiple family applications. The referrals, so we don't directly investigate the financial, they need to be referred to us. And the referrals have been coming from physicians, RNs, schools, churches, and various social service organizations. And then I follow up with the individual that signs off on the form. Funding has provided access to our aquatic programs, and not just swim lessons, but to our public swims as well as our aquatherapy program. And we have also been providing some funding to public skating, the soccer club, and leisure time club programs. We have, at this point, between October of 2022 and April of 2024, we have dispersed over $8,000. And I feel that with the, in 2022, it was just over $2,400. And in 2023, it increased to almost $5,000. And this year, I would say we're already at that $5,000 mark. And they're still coming in. I processed a bunch more just before I came here. And the payments are being issued through our 2012 Ontario Winter Games Legacy Fund that was originally earmarked for grassroots development for coaches that did not really work out in the way that the Legacy Committee had hoped. And so this became a great opportunity to utilize this money and get people active in Collingwood.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you. Would there be any questions from council? No, just
Wonderful.
all good. Oh, wait, Councillor Perry has
Sorry,
something. Go ahead.
I just put some almonds in my mouth.
We'll forgive you this time.
Okay. Quickly on the recreation, has there been much uptake in the sailing school?
So through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Councillor Perry, they are receiving registrations. So that is through a third party. So they're handling all their own registrations. They're currently working on our existing fleet. We've been taking boats down about 4 at a time, and they've been doing the minor repairs. We do have one of our boats on the water, and they've been having their staff out there just, getting the cobwebs out and getting ready for the season.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
So we have a few minutes left. So let's do our, because we're going to break at 5 as usual. So for the consent agenda, the recommendation before us is that council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. There's 3 matters listed here. Note of the National Accessibility Week clock and fundraising. The proclamation for the Victoria Order of Nursing Week, which is May 19th to 25th. And lastly, the proclamation for Menstrual Health Day, which is May 28, 2024. Does anyone want to I should get a mover and a seconder to start. Deputy Mayor Fryer, thank you. And Councillor Doherty. And I'll just ask that recommendation be approved. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Did anyone want to speak to any of these? Okay, seeing none. Anything for the county report today, Deputy Mayor Fryer?
A couple of brief comments and then dependent on any councillor questions. I made extensive notes last Tuesday when there was a very lengthy discussion of the staff report on possible options to try to reduce the 45% of organics that's going into the garbage rather than the green cart. The matter is still requiring further discussion by Simcoe County Council before finalizing, but there has been some local media coverage. We may be able to provide some clarification if a member of council has any specific questions, but otherwise my intention would just be to report back when it's formally approved and then the consideration of exemptions has been discussed and decided upon. So that was on that item. And then the other thing I was going to mention was May 26th to 31st is Yes in My Backyard Week, to support awareness, to encourage residents to support more diverse housing opportunities that welcome inclusive communities. So through you, Mayor Hamlin, if I could, I was hoping to suggest to CAO Skinner, there's a communications kit that has come out from the partner with Simcoe County's partner for this is Redwood Parks Community. And I was hoping that I could provide that to you. This week, the week falls in between our 2 meetings, so it's hard to do like a proclamation or that type of thing, but I was going to leave it to the staff to see if they could take some of that forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have, oh, yes, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor. This is sort of a follow-up between and to the clerk, I suppose. Our approval just earlier in regard to hiring a consultant for a review of Simcoe County. But that would be this council's review. But the deputy mayor had spoken about that Simcoe County itself was doing a review. Is that correct? I was just worried about coordinating those reviews, that we would do ours presumably after Simcoe County had done its, or did I get that wrong? It would seem to me it would be inefficient for us to do our review if Simcoe County weren't finished theirs, or do I have this wrong? Thank you.
May I? Mayor?
Yeah, we may have, why don't you go ahead? Sure.
Well, what I was going to say is because Clerk Thomas and I actually had a sidebar in between, and we were talking just about this. June 18th right now is the date that's set for the workshop by the county. So that information's gone to the clerk, and it's going to be part of what they'll consider. But Mayor Hamlin, I did send a note to the clerks about the fact that the 18th actually is a conflict for us, because that's when the GTTI is planning the event in regards to the water plant. And I pointed out that would involve New Tecumseh as well. And I know there was a couple of other conflicts, so it could be that date may move a little bit. Hopefully it does for us. But the conversation with Clerk Thomas was just that. I'd report back once we'd had that workshop, and what we really want to get nailed down from them is a timeline for when we can expect their staff report. And it's all working in conjunction with what we talked about before about this attempt that we'd like to sit down and do our own considerations, but we need to have some of the pieces. So you could provide any other, if you wanted, Mayor Hamlin, to that.
Yeah, I haven't. I also wrote the clerk and the warden to say about the conflict. So we'll see what comes out of this. But yeah, I don't know. I sort of had thought that the review our council was doing was maybe slightly different, but I haven't really delved into this because I hadn't thought they were coming together so quickly. Clerk Thomas, do you have a sense of how this is going to unfold?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. With the information that the province may be focusing on more infrastructure pieces as well, then we'll have to take a look at whether governance and council structure should be part of a review. Understanding that the county is undertaking their review will potentially impact what's going to happen to us if this council would like to make a decision on our council composition and its representation at the county council level. So I think it's important that we too gather a little bit more information. It'll be important to have the information too from the county once it's known, and we'll follow back up with council.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Yeah, it was a good question. It's obviously complicated. All right. So we have 3 motions here, 2 from Councillor Jeffrey, 1 from Councillor Doherty. Should we press ahead with these, or shall we break? Do you have a sense of how long these will be, or they look fairly straightforward? Yeah, okay, so we'll press ahead with these 3 and then we'll take our half-hour break. Okay. All right, so Councillor Doherty, I'll turn this over to you for your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. This legislative amendment originally came from MPP Stephen Blais from Ottawa. You may or may not be aware that they have had some significant challenges in Ottawa with their council and inability to remove a councillor who has grossly violated their code of conduct. But it has led to generally the recognition that there is inconsistent code of conducts, inconsistent enforcement of code of conducts, and almost complete inability to remove a councillor from a position based on code of conduct violations or to prevent them from running again. To add to that, I would say with our municipality having gone through a long and comprehensive and very expensive judicial inquiry that did bring to light issues relative to codes of conduct and behavior between members of staff, council, and the public, this hits very close to home, and so I bring it to council with the view to sending it up to Queen's Park again. So the recommendation is, and it's a lengthy one, I apologize. Whereas all Ontarians deserve and expect a safe and respectful workplace, and whereas municipal governments, as the democratic institutions most directly engaged with Ontarians, need respectful discourse. And whereas several incidents in recent years of disrespectful behavior and workplace harassment have occurred amongst members of municipal councils, and whereas these incidents seriously and negatively affect the people involved and lower public perceptions of local government, and whereas municipal codes of conduct are helpful tools to set expectations of council member behavior, and whereas municipal governments do not have the necessary tools to adequately enforce compliance with municipal codes of conduct. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood supports the call of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for the Government of Ontario to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. Also, be it resolved that the legislation encompass the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's recommendations for updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment, creating a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of municipalities across Ontario, increasing training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency of investigations and recommendations across the province, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of a municipal integrity commissioner, and prohibit a member to so remove from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of council, and that a copy of this resolution be provided to Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Matthew Ray, Parliamentary Assistant, Municipal Affairs and Housing, Honourable Charmaine Williams, Martha Greenberg, Colin Best, President of AMO, Scott Pierce, President of Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Karen Redmond, Chair of the Mayors and Regional Chairs of Ontario. And I see actually that I have overlooked MPP Saunderson, so certainly he should be copied on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Any comments? Councillor Jeffrey?
Just a quick question to Councillor Doherty. I was just wondering if AMO has a process at their conference where they bring specific motions such as this to the floor. At FCM, we have that process where we really need the clout of our membership, they get brought to the floor and voted at our AGM. Is there such a process at AMO?
No, and it's funny that you should ask that, because that was my original intention to bring this to, well, initially to the OSAM conference for hopefully ratification among all of the attendees, and the same at the AMO conference in August. But we don't have a mechanism to do whole whole body recommendations, all of the recommendations for policy go through the boards of directors only. Excuse me.
I could respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that's something I may speak with the AMO president through our Ontario caucus as to a process whereby they could allow themselves that kind of clutter. Yeah.
Exactly the same conversation that I had at the OSM conference, because I was amazed, actually.
Actually, probably be better to have the conversation with Brian Riseborough, but I'll do that. Thanks.
Oh, that's a great idea. Thank you. Any comments on the motion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Doherty, you have a second motion?
I do, and it's much shorter. So this is with regard to the council grant process that will be coming up actually in Committee of the Whole. But the recommendation is that staff investigate and report back on options for the consideration of late applications for funding and or in-kind support through the council community grant program. I'm suggesting this year in particular because we have made changes to the process. We had a very tight deadline to submit applications for the grant. So I think particularly just for this year, that we should make an effort to accommodate those who didn't make the deadline.
Okay, would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Baines, thank you. Any comments? Yes, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. This is a tough one for me because we have tasked staff with coming up with a procedure for applications, and we all knew it was going to be a tough go the first year. I still believe we need to have a hard line. I'm sympathetic to things like what you're saying, but I don't know which way to go with this, to be honest with you. I hate to think that we've asked staff to do something and we're not abiding by it. I'm glad you said it's going to be for 1 year. I think I'm more flexible with that. I'm still leaning toward no, but I'm glad you did say that. But I do feel that we have asked staff, and we need to have a hard line. And it's horrible to say, it really is, and I don't like to say that, but I don't really think I need to say any more, but I'm damn glad you said it's for 1 year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification on that, the 1 year, when can we reasonably expect a report back? And my only reason for asking that is we're nearly halfway through the year now. Are we asking staff to do something that is really going to leave us with limited time anyways?
So are you the appointed person to answer this? Go ahead.
Actually, I think Treasurer Quinlan's had her mind around this one for a while. If we could direct the question there.
Okay, is this a feasible solution? Go ahead.
If I may, Mayor Hamlin, thank you so much. I think what I would suggest is that we hear what is happening in the Committee of the Whole report. There is a small amount that's left over, and there are other opportunities that we've included in the report from Committee of the Whole. So I was hoping rather than a report back, it would maybe be some discussion once you have received and considered the report through Committee of the Whole, and then I could make some suggestions from there. Not that I'm trying to avoid a staff report, but I am kind of trying to avoid a staff report because I do think what we could do is use the applications the way they are, and as they come, we evaluate if there's money left. you care, you can allocate some. If there isn't any money left, then it's up to council to make the decision whether they'd like to go above their budget. There's one little extra piece here too that we need to consider, that we will be receiving, or Community Grant Fund will be receiving 30% of whatever the Mayor's Golf Challenge earns as well. So there is some, opportunity there to use some of those funds this year as well. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. I'd be much more supportive of that recommendation.
So does this change what you're proposing here, Councillor?
Could
she do?
I don't.
Can we do a promotion under?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was, yeah.
Or
that's what I'm thinking. I'll hold it then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have one motion on hold. Thank you. And the next motion is Councillor Jeffrey. I'll turn this to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So as we have heard from our Heritage Committee, there is a desire to have a process whereby they can go in and review properties as soon as possible, have specialists go in with respect to devastating emergencies within our HCD. So my recommendation is that staff advise council of the process to amend the Town of Collingwood emergency plan or other applicable or other applicable town policies to enable the community emergency management coordinator, chief building official, or other staff as appropriate to call upon qualified built heritage professionals to review and make recommendations immediately following an emergency that results in structural damage to a heritage property.
Okay, thank you for that. Would there be a seconder for this? Councillor Ring, thank you. Any questions?
Mayor Hamlin, can I just speak first?
Yes.
Just really,
yeah.
briefly in terms of the importance of this, in terms of reclaiming different materials or whatever, one of a gazebo at Sunset Point has the stone from the original station within it, and maybe a fact that might be lost if we don't record it somewhere. But also, on a conversation I had with someone who had traveled to Grand Rapids and noticed a building with either interior brick or exterior brick with fire char on it. So the question was, had Grand Rapids had a fire? And they said, no, that brick came from the Great Fire of Chicago. So I think there's lots of opportunities for us to continue with our history and to be prepared for it as opposed to being caught without a process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question actually, and I think I'm just going to ask it through to our CAO. Is this a budget matter, or how does this? I guess that's my question. Okay.
Thank you. The proposed motion that's on the table here is about looking at amending the emergency plan or applicable town policies just to enable staff to call upon a qualified built heritage professional. It is not the entirety of what I believe the Heritage Committee and certain community stakeholders would like to see done in the fullness of time and with the appropriate budget, which is a full emergency plan for our heritage or emergency recovery plan for our heritage structures, which I expect there will be some advocacy for in upcoming budgets and work planning as the town moves forward.
Okay, so it's not a budget yet. Baby steps. Okay, got it. All right. If no other comments, all those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. All right. So what we'll do now is I'll look for a motion to move into the committee of the whole, and then we'll take our break. So I see Councillor Potts is moving, and we have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Fryer. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
So I'll call the Committee of the Whole to order. And we will move immediately into item 14.2, which is a staff report P 2024-13, the Affordable Housing Master Plan 2024 Work Plan. And I believe Director Valentine is going to introduce.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do indeed have some introductory remarks that I'd like to offer for this important report. You will recall that we were before you in November of last year with the completed Affordable Housing Master Plan for endorsement. And at that time, we committed to returning to you in early 2024 with a work plan for implementation and a revised governance structure for the Affordable Housing Task Force. While work on the master plan has certainly continued since its endorsement, we did experience staff turnover in our housing development coordinator position, which delayed the complete articulation of the work plan and the task force terms of reference, which are the topics that we'd like to discuss today in our staff report. With the priority that council, the community, and staff have assigned to affordable housing, this particular portfolio, we do understand the urgency to work through the initiatives and programmatic changes outlined in the master plan as expeditiously as we possibly can. Today, we have an exciting 2024 work plan to share with you, and we would underscore that it is very ambitious given our existing resources, but we do feel that we need to keep the pressure on and keep our goals high to make meaningful gains in the housing space. We will be pushing hard to get as much accomplished this year as possible, and we will certainly report to you on what we've been able to achieve and on any challenges that we've faced at the conclusion of this year. In addition, we have highlighted the work that's been happening since the endorsement of the master plan, and we've provided an early sneak peek into 2025 and beyond as we move through these critical initiatives. We are also very mindful that change can be hard, and embedded within the activities that you'll see in the work plan are many opportunities for community engagement, education, and consultation to foster buy-in and support what we feel is a necessary paradigm shift from not in my backyard or NIMBY to yes in my backyard or YIMBY. We've also worked closely with the clerk's team on the terms of reference that is attached to the report. And we are confident that that document aligns well with the recommendations of the master plan. And we're happy to report that both the work plan and the revised terms of reference are supported by the Affordable Housing Task Force. And you do have a letter included in your agenda package to that effect. So, Madam Chair, that concludes my introductory remarks. And I see on my screen that Coordinator D'Souza is at the podium to take you through a brief presentation that summarizes the report.
Welcome, Coordinator D'Souza, and please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Valentine, and good evening, Your Worship, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Claire D'Souza. I'm the Housing Development Coordinator for the town. And as Director Valentine provided information on, I'm here to present the Affordable Housing Master Plan 2024 work plan that represents staff's recommended prioritization and ambitious timing of the AHMP initiatives based on current resources, competing projects, and legislative responsibilities. Next slide, please. To provide a bit of background, the town completed an Affordable Housing Master Plan, or AHMP, that provided the town with a set of 26 recommendations for tackling the housing issue. The master plan was endorsed by Council on November 6, 2023, and that at that meeting, 2024 budget was allocated to key initiatives. Staff committed to returning to Council with a prioritized work plan for 2024 and beyond, and with a revised governance structure for the structure of the Affordable Housing Task Force. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the timeline of key initiatives, and we'll look at the new mandate for the Affordable Housing Task Force as well. Next slide, please. So the next two slides contain the work plan chart, which has been cut in half to help with the visual. The chart outlines the estimated timeline for initiatives that are set to commence in 2024. Now, initiatives that are identified as in progress are distinct projects with a start and end date. Initiatives that are marked as an ongoing do not represent distinct projects, but are rather continuous actions forming the implementation of the Affordable Housing Master Plan, as well as the town's affordable housing program in general. The asterisk represents projects that are in the initial research and outreach phase, but have not yet commenced formally. The staff report goes into far greater detail on the timeline of each initiative. So this evening, I will just touch on a few exciting projects that are coming up, and we're happy to respond to any questions about other items covered in the report. So first is the Quick Wins Housing Focused Zoning Bylaw Amendment, which involves changing rules for additional residential units, or ARUs, to allow more housing on existing lots in our community, as well as reducing minimum parking requirements. We had early consultation with the Georgian Triangle Development Institute and the Affordable Housing Task Force in March and April, and we had a community conversation last week, which many of you attended, and I very much appreciate that attendance. And we heard from nearly 50 community members about these changes and generally received very positive feedback. In terms of next steps, we're targeting a statutory public meeting in June and are hopeful for a decision to be made by July. However, we anticipate that this will involve more lively discussions with our community, and we're prepared to adjust timelines where appropriate. The second exciting initiative is using public land to deliver housing. In February, we submitted proposals for the town-owned properties at 29 and 45 Birch Street and on Poplar Side Road in response to the county's call for proposals for municipal partnerships in affordable housing. And although no decision has been made as of yet, we anticipate the county to make a decision on the development of these lands in Q2 or Q3. And should one or both of the town sites be selected by the county, staff will have to act quite quickly on any relevant Planning Act applications and subsequent reports to ensure planning approvals are in place prior to the transfer of land. So this could impact the timing of other initiatives commencing in Q2 and Q3. So we're just going to have to be flexible and adapt when we hear from the county. The next one is seed funding for a nonprofit. Although it was not included in our consultants' recommendations in the AHMP, Council directed staff and the Affordable Housing Task Force to work together to develop seed funding criteria for a not-for-profit organization to develop, own, and/or operate affordable housing units. The AHTF has recommended that the most logical next step is to go out to the community and beyond with a request for expression of interest to solicit proposals from community organizations that may be interested in this seed funding and to identify their needs, challenges, and preferences that will ultimately assist the town in developing that funding criteria. We're hoping to go out with this request for expression of interest soon in hopes that we can establish a set of recommended criteria by Q2 or Q3. And following Council's approval of the funding criteria, we would then release guidelines and issue a call for proposals expected to be reviewed and a decision rendered by Q4. And lastly, on this slide, we will be expanding the Rapid Accessory Dwelling Unit Deployment Program. So Council has earmarked over $200,000 to improve uptake for the Rapid ADU Deployment Program. In response, staff are planning a limited time campaign to increase this grant amount from $5,000 to $10,000 as a pilot action to determine if this increase will increase uptake in grant applications. This is anticipated to kick off in Q2 2024 to align with the construction and renovation season. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we have more of our initiatives. First is a public education campaign. So our consultants advised us that a professional marketing firm should be hired to undertake a public education campaign to facilitate a paradigm shift in the community conversation around affordable housing. Staff are currently drafting a request for proposals and expect the project to kick off in Q3 of this year with support from the Affordable Housing Task Force as an elevated stakeholder in that process. We're also hoping to prepare an incentive framework. So the Affordable Housing Master Plan recommends the town to create a municipal capital facility bylaw. And this bylaw allows town and the county to offer a range of incentives to the private and nonprofit development community in exchange for affordable housing. So the bylaw will create the framework for transparent decisions around incentives should more funding be available for the future. We're also looking into a rental replacement bylaw. So staff understand that the County of Simcoe may be able to play a role in drafting bylaw templates for municipalities through their Housing Attainable Supply Action Plan. This initiative is intended to commence in Q4 2024 to take advantage of the support from the county and in an effort to not duplicate our efforts. Until further information is provided by the county, staff will continue to research best practices and case studies where rental replacement bylaws have been implemented and are successful. And we will lean on the Affordable Housing Task Force for support in that role as well. In the event that the County of Simcoe decides not to embark on drafting these templates for municipalities, we would just work with neighboring municipality for information sharing and resource sharing to determine what the best approach is for implementation. So that kind of summarizes the key initiatives that we're hoping to implement in 2024. And if we go to the next slide, I'll just briefly touch on the Affordable House Task Force terms of reference. For some background, Council supported the establishment of the citizen-based Affordable Housing Task Force in March 2021. And the initial mandate involved advising Council and taking leadership on exploring opportunities for town-owned lands, monitoring changes to planning policies, and exploring funding opportunities. Their mandate was then extended, and the terms of reference was updated in February 2022, with the new focus being primarily to assist on the completion of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Next slide, please. And now that the master plan is complete, we know that the recommendation out of the master plan was to shift the terms of reference of the task force to focus primarily on public education, community engagement, and advocacy. The new proposed mandate of the task force is to advocate for the implementation of initiatives from the Affordable Housing Master Plan, provide a platform for community conversations, support the town's activities and advocacy, assist in public education campaigns, support grassroots efforts aimed at the creation of a housing nonprofit or similar, and stay informed on housing research and best practices. Next slide, please. I will also note that the task force provided a letter, a collective response in response to the terms of reference that was appended to my report. And one member was here but had to leave, but she is part of it as well. And then in terms of next steps, we'll continue to work on projects and initiatives that are in progress. We'll prioritize projects and initiatives that are commencing in Q2 and Q3, and we will continue to work with the task force under their new mandate. And that concludes my presentation, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coordinator D'Souza. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. Anyone in the gallery that wishes to comment? No? Okay. So I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee then. That is that staff report P 2024-13, Affordable Housing Master Plan 2024 Work Plan, dated May 22nd, 2024, be received, and that the continued implementation of the costed and prioritized Affordable Housing Master Plan 2024 Work Plan as outlined in Report 2024-13 be supported, and that the mandate of the Town of Collingwood Affordable Housing Task Force be extended, and the updated terms of reference appended to the staff report P 2024-13 be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Houston, Councillor Ring. Comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty.
I really support the report. I thought it was very thorough. My only question really is of process and staffing of the affordable housing master plan. And I was wondering, we converted the affordable housing position to a housing development coordinator. And I'm wondering, the other position was 100%, I believe, to the affordable housing. And I'm wondering if there's been a transition, so this will be through to Director Valentine or the CAO, in terms of the allocation of the time spent by the housing development coordinator with respect to the affordable housing portfolio, and what the impact or any contributing, is it a contributing factor to maybe the slowing down of some of the implementation of the initiatives under that master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Valentine?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the councillor. The slowdown that I mentioned was in the staff turnover for the position of housing development coordinator. There was no change to the job description or responsibilities, so that position remains 100% dedicated to affordable housing initiatives as outlined in the job description. So that is why you see before you an ambitious work plan for 2024 that springboards off the work that continued through that staffing transition change. I will say, though, that Coordinator D'Souza, unlike the previous coordinator, Ms. Ray, is a registered professional planner. So there is a bit more flexibility. For example, if there was a significant planning application with an affordable housing component, Claire could assist in a deeper way than Ms. Ray could have, given her credentials, to move that project through the approval system more quickly. But otherwise, the job roles and responsibilities remain the same, and we're prepared to move quickly as we can on the recommendations of the master plan.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel much better. Thank you.
Good. Any other, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Really, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Director Valentine. Really want to express my thanks to staff for taking a very aggressive approach to the initiatives that you put down in the work plan. It's well appreciated on my behalf from a council person, because we know how dire the situation is. And you're correct. We don't know anything for certain from the county, but it does look like there's some favorable news in regards to Birch Street, and it still has to meet all the criteria that we laid out. But that was good. And what I was really pleased with as well is it looks like it's earmarked for fairly quick implementation, and that would be great if that can happen. So in regards to the plan overall, completely supportive of it, the terms of reference for the task force going forward. And I just see us moving, and it's so great. And again, I really appreciate the staff's initiative in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty, and maybe through you to Coordinator D'Souza. And I'm sure it was in your report, and I want to make sure that I caught it all correctly. But as far as the terms of reference go, there's no change in the makeup of the task force. It's going to remain as is.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ring. The task force current mandate, I believe, is 3 years of the current members. So there will be an opportunity for task force members to step down if they would like to, given the new mandate. And if that happens, we would then go out to the community asking if people are interested in applying. So it really depends on the current makeup and if we have any vacancies, and then if anyone would like to step down given the change of mandate.
Just a quick follow-up, and I understand that, and I was thinking that you would have to be here or on the task force in 2021 to qualify for that 3 years. Everybody else would probably still be okay. Is that correct? Or is it just every 3 years? Everybody has the opportunity to step aside if somebody else and replace them with somebody else.
Through the chair, I might defer to Clerk Almas. I'm not sure if you have an answer to that.
So I thank you, Claire, and through Chair Doherty to Councillor Ring. I'm just going to call up the report because we did, our office did work with Director Valentine and Coordinator D'Souza on this. It might take me a moment though to grab it. We provided a little bit more flexibility. We decided to keep it as a task force because the mandate is to fulfill the obligations of the master plan, but we did make the process easier for vacancies. And I would just have to review that. So if there's any other questions, I can look that up and respond.
Okay, follow-up, Councillor?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and don't get me wrong, I am not asking for anybody to change because I can't see us getting much better than we've got in place there now, especially the council members. I just wanted to know for clarification whether everybody was qualified to stay on, or was there going to have to be changes made? I know the 3-year thing, but I'm happy to leave it as status quo if everybody's willing to do this thing.
Okay, Councillor Clerk Almas, go ahead.
Thank you. So we did want to, the representation on the task force is almost the same as what it was. One of the sections has been briefly expanded. So the members, if they, as long as they fit within the categories that are provided for representation, that they would be able to can carry on.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I also just like to say thanks for keeping the pedal to the metal on this one. It's really great to see. And I wouldn't mind seeing in a future report or as a update, but just the successes we've had so far through the work. And I'm thinking of the additional ADUs that have been built, the developer who added the units, additional rental units, the funding, of course, we got from the developer on Poplar. And I just like to see it all in one place, how far we've come, because I know there's been quite a few wins. So, on terms of the rental replacement bylaw, I just wanted to share that in probably the late 80s, the province had introduced the Rental Housing Protection Act, which was later repealed, but it's the same idea. So there are bylaws that have been around for 40 years. So I thought I'd just share it. I know it's a lot of work, but if there's probably a lot. Okay, Ram, you already know that. And my last thing is a question. Sorry for how ignorant this question is, but I know that I've instead of ADUs, I'm starting to hear ARUs. Is that an interchangeable term or are they different? Yeah.
Through the chair.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair to your worship. Yes, they're interchangeable. So when we started the Rapid ADU program, we used the term ADU or accessory dwelling unit. And with all the provincial changes and policies changes, the new term is additional residential unit or ARU. So we're trying to align ourselves with provincial policy, upper level policy documents and have some sort of consistency, but we have this rapid ADU deployment program. So we're going to have to at some point make the switch and never use the word ADU again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, thank you to the province for changing that. Thank you for explaining that.
Thank you.
If I may, I have one more thing as well. The just in terms of a data collection and monitoring reporting, we do plan to collect data on housing stats and changes to income deciles and kind of collect data on how the AHMP is working in our community. And that would be yearly reports to council with that data. So I think that would provide council an update on what's being done in the housing space. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other comments from committee, I will echo Councillor Ring's comments with regard to the membership. I mean, not to say that there's anything, our membership is second to none. But, you know, I wonder if we should at least offer some the opportunity to make space for someone else as we head into our new mandate.
Yeah, I do anticipate that that may happen just by the changing mandate. And I think at our next meeting, we'll kind of have those conversations.
Yeah, good. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. So moving along to item 14.2.2, townwide development charge implementation options. Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. We do have a short presentation coming up. I'm sure you're all getting very sick and tired of hearing about development charges, but we're at the home stretch here. And I think, as nerdy as it sounds, it's one of my favorite exercises, to be honest, because it's just very numbers based and fact based, and I want you to keep that in mind as we walk through these slides. So next slide, please. I just wanted to remind mostly members of the public why we charge DCs. Really, the underlying principle of development charges is that growth pays for growth. And it's absolutely critical that municipalities have the funds available to them to provide the infrastructure projects that allow our town to grow. Great example that we have in real life right now is our water treatment plant, which is largely DC eligible. So really, a really important tool in order for us to carry on and continue with growth in the town. Next slide, please. We've had a lot of updated legislation with reference to the Development Charges Act, and I think we will recall that Bill 23 was passed back in 2022, which seems forever ago when I think about all the things that have changed alongside of that. But one of the major changes that the Bill 23 brought along was that municipalities were required to phase in their development charges, starting at 80% of the maximum recoverable charge, all the way up to 100% over a 5-year period. We have a new bill that has just recently been announced, and we are hearing rumors that it will be proclaimed on June 1st, and that's Bill 185. We brought a combined staff report between planning, building, and finance just 2 weeks ago to highlight the changes that bill brought forward. But it is called the Cutting More Tape to Build More Homes Act, and it was introduced, and it proposes that the changes specifically to the DC Act, one of the major changes is that the phase-in is no longer a statutory requirement. That doesn't mean municipalities can't phase it in. We can certainly still do that, but it's no longer mandatory under the Act. Next slide, please. So based on that thinking, you'll recall back on May 6th when we had our statutory public meeting for the development charges, our consultants at Hemson presented a $76,793 unit charge for a single family home. What I've laid out here on the slide is similar to the way they had presented it with the phase-in at each level if we went with a phase-in. But what I've added in addition to this is a reference, and it's the very last column that you'll see as the difference to the amount of revenue that the municipality would be forgoing if we decided to phase in over time rather than move directly to 100% of the maximum recoverable charge. I think the recommendation in the report is very clear that staff is recommending that we move directly to that maximum recoverable charge. And honestly, the biggest part is because of the fact that it's just true capital project costs. We especially we've seen with our water treatment plant, of course, we've also seen a very large increase to the wastewater treatment plant. And you'll see on the next slide by service how much these costs have driven up the fees. But overall, what you'll see in that very last column, and I've used a very, I think, conservative or a reasonable number of units, understanding that units will not always be single family homes. In fact, we're seeing much more, I can't think of the word, but different types of units coming forward now. So you see a better array than what we have in the past, which is good news for the town. So on 200 units, when we move from the current rate of 42,000 up to what would be considered a phase in at 80%, that would move the rate to 61,000. Over 200 units, that means the municipality will collect just over $3.7 million more in revenue than what we receive today. For each 5% that we go up, it adds just over $760,000 per 200 units, again, based on the single family rate. I think when we talked earlier or back at the statutory public meeting, the primary reasons for these increases is really due to the updated capital program costs. Not because we've added a lot of capital, but specifically that the expenses have just gone up in such great amount. We've also expanded the historical service levels. In the past, it was only 10 years. Now it's across 15 years. So that does add amounts as well. And then changes to the development forecast. We've aligned it with the MCR that the county has brought through, and that has actually decreased the rate a slight bit as well. So the long story short of what I'm trying to show you here is really the difference between going straight to that maximum recoverable rate versus slowly phasing that in and what it means from a revenue standpoint. Next slide, please. So what this next slide does is it breaks it down, the increase, the total increase across the different services that the DCs fund. So you'll see in the top section, we call those general services. General services are things like the library, parks and recreation, facilities, fire, police, not what we would consider to be core infrastructure projects. And that increases the DC rate by about $7,400. So it's not a huge part of the increase, but I'll draw your eyes down to the engineered services. So that is our core assets, roads, wastewater treatment plant. We have separated out, and we'll talk a little bit about that, the water services, and then the water treatment plant as well. So that is really what's driving up the increase from the 42,000 to the 76,000, and it makes up 27,000 almost of that total increase of 33,000. When I'm presenting to you, you'll note includes the increase on the water treatment plant, which has already been passed through by law. So we have gone with the maximum recoverable rate, provided that Bill 185 gets proclaimed, with the water treatment plant at this point. So you'll see in the very final line that 7,600 of that total 33,000 has already been passed by bylaw, and that is the water treatment plant alone. The next slide, please. This slide breaks down a similar phase-in rate, but for the non-residential piece. So today, our current development charge fee on a non-residential unit per square meter is $196.39. And at the fully recovered rate, it would be $301.32. I used, to give you an idea of it in terms of what the actual revenues could change to, I used an estimated 9,000 square meters. That's about the average over the last 3 years that we've collected in terms of non-residential rates. And you'll note again that going from the current rate just up to 80% is an increase in revenue of about 400,000, again, based on 9,000 square meters. And as we phase in at each level of 5%, that would mean an additional $135,000 in additional revenue. Next slide, please. So we talked also at the May 6th statutory public meeting about comparators. It's not apples to apples all the time, but we often like to see where do we stand in terms of the other municipalities in our area. And you can see, and I know it's really hard to see on this slide, but we are within the, say, I would say higher mid-range. The yellow arrow is our year 5 phase-in amount. So we're not at the top. We're certainly not at the bottom, but we are, I believe, in the market of what our neighboring municipalities are doing as well. I'll also just highlight that, you know, a lot of times what we hear is, well, they have so much in reserves. You already have $40 million sitting in your development charge reserve funds. If you consider that a single project, and I'm going to use the water treatment plant just because it's real and it's a tendered project, can far outweigh that. It's almost 4 times the amount. In fact, it's more than 4 times the amount at $270 million. So one single project, $40 million. It is a lot of money. I'm not discounting that it's not a lot of money, but it can be wiped out quite quickly if you move forward with what the DC plan has actually laid out for. So I just want to keep us, you know, in mind of that. We do, again, if I look at the market surrounding us, we are 5th amongst our peers. If you look at the yellow, and this, what we're looking at in terms of rate there is total rate. It includes the county and the Board of Education as well. So we're within the high level again. And next slide, please. There's also lots of talk about, well, we want to make things affordable in the municipality and fully understand that. And we just had Planner Souza talk about our affordable housing master plan and how does this impact, if we're going to increase DCs, how does this impact the affordability of homes? And I think one thing we need to make note of is part of this proclamation is that the Bill 185 update is it shares the definition for affordable housing, which is then exempt from development charges. So us increasing the DCs should not impact true affordable housing because they are exempt from being charged development charge fees. Now, when we look at affordable, the definition that has come forward is quite low in terms of the amount that can be charged for a home. But it does raise or follow the income-based source that we have seen in our affordable housing master plan as well. If you look at the cost to build, and this chart isn't 100% to scale, but if you took a house at the price of $750,000, and on this slide, we've broken down the percentage of what is development charge fees, planning fees, building permit fees, inclusive of the county and the DCs, it's about 13% overall of the cost of building, of a builder's cost. So everything else beyond that 13%, so 87% would be between the cost of construction, so their own labor charges and materials, and of course land and legal and all the fun stuff that goes along with building, but it also includes their profit. So I just wanted to be clear that affordable is what the definition will be in the Development Charges Act, and those homes will in fact be exempt from these DC fees, regardless of whether we phase in or don't. Next slide, please. So really, there's only one last step for us to pass our DCs. There's still some time before we will consider the bylaw, but the next step will be the bylaw will come forward in June for members of council to consider. We're bringing this in advance of that bylaw so that you have the opportunity to have the discussion about the different options that are available should Bill 185 pass. And I think that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. And there's no one online still. And anyone in the gallery wish to comment? No, we don't. Okay. I will read in the recommendation and turn it to committee. And that is that staff report T 2024-12 townwide development charge implementation options be received, and that council approve the development charges background study dated April 15th, 2024, attached as Appendix A, and determine that no further public meeting is required following no formal submissions being received, and that council move forward with implementing the fully calculated rates for the town-wide development charge fees should the anticipated Bill 185 be passed, and that approval of the capital program included in the DC background study indicates council's intentions that an increase in the need for service will be met as required under paragraph 3 of section 5.1 of the Development Charges Act 1997 and section 3 of Ontario Regulation 82/98. This approval shall be subject to further annual review during the capital budget process. And that in accordance with section 515 of the Development Charges Act 1997 and section 5 of OREG 82/98, it is council's clear intention that any excess capacity identified in the DC background study shall be paid for by development charges contemplated in the said DC background study or other similar changes. Mover and seconder, Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts. Questions, comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, and thank you, Treasurer Quinlan, for the presentation. As you noted right at the end, the bylaw is still to come in June, but this is a chance that you're bringing it back to council for the final step in that regard. The other opportunity it provides is another chance for public input. And I've said throughout this process that I've expressed appreciation to the development community for working in partnership with us in regards to going through this process, and the fact that you don't have developers here talking to the changes in that. I'm very supportive of no phase in. I do believe it's an area where the government recognized that when we talked about keeping us whole in this process of affordable housing initiatives, that they recognize that going 80%, it just shows with the numbers that you showed what it could accumulate to. And we are going to have still the situation where anybody who qualifies for affordable can forego the crash. I still believe we need to be kept whole in that, but that's yet to be seen from the government. But as I said, I'm totally supportive of the no phase in. And appreciative of the developers' cooperation throughout this process. We have to do it. We've actually probably under-recovered over the last term of the DCs because of the way the costs have escalated. And you talked about the $40 million-ish that might be in reserve, but there's all kinds of other projects too, not just the water, and they have to be paid for. And I am a firm believer. I was saying this yesterday at the county when we had our Audit and Finance Committee meeting. Seeing the numbers we were seeing coming out of the COVID situation and how extraordinarily high they were, I had hoped to see some sort of settling of that. But I think because we're in an area of growth, it's going to continue to be significant demand. And that's going to mean probably significant costs, and so we've got to move forward with what we can do, and work towards putting that in place so that we can have the infrastructure in place that we need to have when these people are coming to our community. So again, thank you for your report. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baines and Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to the Treasurer, this is Budget Education 101, if you will. If you could go back to slide 4, specifically about the DCs for the wastewater treatment plant, because you had them listed there.
Slide 5, actually, Jenny,
Okay.
Please.
That's whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
So
whatever.
So my question is,
Yeah, I agree. Whatever.
no, straight. So what's $1 million?
Yeah.
So if the appropriate cost is, as I recall, $240 million for a new wastewater treatment plant, are you essentially pre-billing for the $240 million now for that anticipated cost when we build the wastewater treatment plant?
If I may, Councillor Chair Doherty, yeah, essentially that is what happens. You do start to bill now because the growth that is happening today will be moving into that capacity that we require for the wastewater treatment plant in the future. Yes.
And God forbid it goes over 240, you just presumably, as soon as possible, adjust the DC charges to account for that?
Well, kind of. So what happens is on an annual basis, the DCs are based on inflationary. So we are able to increase annually inflationary wise. What gets a little bit complicated is when, as we have the wastewater treatment plant at this point, it's not a detailed design. So if there was a big change, once the detailed design came along, we would move to try and change that particular bylaw. In fact, in the past, we've had a single DC bylaw. What we've done this time is we've totally split out the water treatment plant because we knew how vital that was. We will also have a separate DC bylaw for the wastewater treatment plant so that it is easily changed if required, so that we don't sort of get into the same, a similar situation with water, in that the designed amounts were the actual amounts were so much greater than what the anticipated was. And that was only 5 years ago, that it allows us a little bit more flexibility, and you can change a singular bylaw without having to go back with a background study, but you only have a year. So we'll see how that works out, but it's much simpler on separate DC bylaws.
And likewise, if I may follow up, Chair, and I assume the same process if stormwater becomes such a priority as well?
Stormwater right now is not technically eligible. The sanitary portion is there, but yes, we would do the same once we have a master plan and get those things in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. So through you to the Treasurer, I think my questions are a little bit along the lines of the Deputy Mayor's comments, but in terms of, I too agree with the phase-in, but in terms of if building slows down, I know we're not the only one, but this is a universal kind of alignment of our real costs, if you would. But if it slows down going forward, we're guaranteed the revenue eventually. But if it has the impact to slow down building, what's the impact on the cash flow and our ability to do the things we need to do, like the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant?
Treasurer Quinlan.
If I may, Chair Doherty. So I think what you're asking is if we see a decrease in the number of permits that are issued because of the fees going up. Yeah, definitely. We could say there would be some impact to the cash flow. I think, though, it trickles in no matter how we sort of divvy up the amount. So if this did put pressure on builders to not proceed, it's hard for me to say exactly what that impact would be, similar to, I'm using sort of examples here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what the flow would be. But I think what's important is going back to the slide of how much this is really impacting the price of a home. It's really not, the final sort of, it doesn't eat up a great amount of the actual costs that are associated with it. And I think we saw that in the planning when we did the DAP review, the Development Application Process Review as well. But certainly it would put pressure on the cash flow with our ability to do those projects in some ways. But I think if we were looking at the wastewater treatment plant itself, and we had that on a standalone at the price that it is without any sharing or grants, regardless of what we did in terms of collections, we would have to borrow at some point to manage that at any rate. So I think, just as any project, cash flow is always a big concern for sure.
So thank you. So through the chair, I just want to check on the realities of our financial picture. So I'm having trouble understanding how, even though we've been given the option not to do the phase-in, how this is making us whole at all with respect to the offset for the affordable housing exemption. I don't think it is. So how does that impact us in terms of if this increased funding isn't really the offset for that exemption? What
If I may, Councillor Doherty, and I don't want to put words in the Deputy Mayor's mouth, but I will say, I think what the Deputy Mayor was referring to is just that it was one more piece of taking away from the powers of municipalities to do their collections and development charges. The affordable housing, they still haven't come forward with what would replace or make us whole in that sense. But forcing the phase in was another piece of us being, less than whole, and allowing us to make those decisions on our own is quite helpful. I think, but I'll let.
That's okay. Through the chair, I thought the comment was that it was making us whole somehow. And I was saying, I'm failing to see that. No need to respond. So the other question I had in terms of the affordable housing definition, I just wanted to confirm that you were saying that it does fit within the parameters of the definition our Affordable Housing Task Force has come up with, and it hasn't moved into the continuum of social housing or those other kinds of builds.
If I may, Chair Doherty, it is within, it's not within the social housing. I don't want to quote the pricing, but my understanding, it's different for each municipality essentially, and it is income-based. What I've heard, and I have not proven this myself, is that the rate for the town of Collingwood is in the less than $400,000 range to be affordable.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Hamlin.
Hi, thank you. The amount that's allocated for the outdoor recreation is quite a big number, which I was happy to see. But is that relating at all to the public amenity space that we're going to need out at the terminals for the revitalized project out there?
If I may, Chair Doherty. Yeah. Yes, indeed. The waterfront master plan is included in that outdoor recreation, which is more than just the terminals, but certainly that's a piece of it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also through you, Chair Doherty, you mentioned the stormwater management piece. We aren't allowed to collect yet for development charges, or now I'll put it that way. It does strike me as communities more and more are struggling with the impacts of flooding and all the problems we see with water because of climate change, that this really is an omission on the part of the province and not allowing us to put the right infrastructure in place when new homes are built. Has there been any discussion with other municipalities about this, or are we the only one thinking about it? Pure knowledge, of course.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Doherty. So I think when I say ineligible, we don't have a master plan for stormwater, so that's part of it. In terms of whether it is eligible under the DC Act, I need to double check that because I don't recall right off the top of my head here, but I do know that actually our consultants addressed that, and now I'm trying to find it here, but just give me a quick second while I look it up. Yeah, so
you know what? I see it here.
Yeah,
I had the act open. It is allowed.
Yeah. So it's our own. Yeah.
Right. So is this the work that is underway now that we'll have results for?
It is, and it has been underway for just over a year, I think, or maybe two. So that will be part of our plan to understand what our needs are, and then we could incorporate it within our development charges as well.
Okay, so as a follow-up on that, Chair Doherty, so do you see, like, obviously one option is to take a wild guess what the cost would be and include it now. And the second is to wait till we have the report with some numbers and then do an amendment to the bylaw. So has there been any thought given to that?
If I may, Chair Doherty. So actually there isn't a list of projects, and that is really where the DC background study starts. So you have to have a list of projects, and when it's an engineered service, such as roads, water, wastewater, or storm, it goes through an engineering review as well. So we're not even at the point of here's a list of projects and this is going to be due to growth. We'll get there. We're not quite there yet, unfortunately.
Okay, and so just last follow-up on that point. So can we expect staff will give some consideration to what the number is and come back to us with the possibility of amending this to include stormwater management once we have the project list?
So if I may, Chair Doherty, I think that's exactly the plan. At this point, it's to get that master servicing plan and really hang on to that. And I think there'll be more than just DC options, because I think one of the things where we may sort of, I don't want to say get into trouble, but there will be a lot of benefit to existing,
of course,
which will make it a little bit more difficult. So there will be other options to consider as we walk through how we fund the storm plan itself.
Okay, yeah, I understand. It's pretty complicated. And the last thing I'd like to raise through you, Mayor or Chair Doherty, is I'm quite okay with the phase-in on the residential. I think that's quite standard, and the development community wouldn't expect that we'd be phasing in. And I honestly think they're more sensitive to the problems with higher interest rates than they are with development charges. And as we know, we're not hearing any concerns. In the residential field, you know, the costs are largely passed on to the people who are buying the homes. But I worry about, so this is my point, I worry about the non-residential component, because often it's the end users. They have no one to pass the costs on to, and I worry that they won't build if the charges are too high. And I know I probably should have raised this before, but I just started thinking about it when I was sitting here. Is it worth giving some thought, or has staff thought about whether we should be trying to incentivize the non-res component with maybe even lower rates, not even so much as phase in, because I think our rates are going to be quite high. And I don't know where we don't have a chart where they fit in with the other communities. And just wondering if you have any thoughts on that. Thank you.
If I may, Chair Doherty. So I think, and I should have maybe included it as well, a lot of the concern is always, well, I shouldn't say always, a lot of the concern is around residential. So I have based my presentation on that, but I do believe if I went back to the public meeting back on May 6th, that we were in the same ballpark in terms of being about the fifth in terms of the non-residential rate. I did contemplate a wee bit about going, sort of two ways, going full on one and maybe part way on another. But I think we need to be a little bit, I don't want to say careful, but we're not necessarily looking to incentivize that in the same way. But that would be really a big question to answer and really come up to, what does planning want to do? And that's where community improvement plans come in and community benefit charges as well. So I think, have we gone into like really down deep? No, but certainly it is, in the purview of council, you can phase in one and not the other. You can certainly do that.
I'll just say by way of comment, I'm going to think about this because one way of enhancing our long-term financial stability is having more non-residential development. It's not just jobs and sometimes good jobs, but it's also the property taxes with not having to provide much in the way of services. So that's, really good for our community to have that kind of development. So anyway, thanks for taking me on that journey, and I'll give it some more thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Just very briefly before your comments. First off, you're right. When you responded to the Councillor Jeffrey's question, that's what I was saying was looking at the one part not being whole and the other part that at least they were keeping us whole. But in regards to stormwater management, I just thought my understanding of things, and even though we may not be collecting on specific projects that we think we're going to have to do, any new development, they're paying for stormwater management within that development in their costs. So it's not a case of where it may be not included in DC charges, but they're paying for those charges within their development area.
That's true.
And we're dealing with our existing area and trying to determine if we've got planned together to deal with that over the 25 years. So that's correct, right?
If I may, Chair Doherty, yeah, so that's true within any subdivision. That would not just be for storm, but any water mains or sanitary sewers or roads or sidewalks or lighting when it's within, you know, a particular subdivision. I'm just going to use subdivision because it's easy to describe. That is the responsibility of the developer, and part of the development charge background study does lay out what is the responsibility of the developer and then what is the responsibility of the town. So for sure, storm would already be included in those things.
Thank you. I'll only add that I really appreciated your chart, the percent contribution of DC plus all other town charges on the total cost of a home, because I think it really underscores the fact that the costs, the municipal costs within the cost of a home are really not that much. The second thing that I think it really underscores is that to reduce the cost of a house, let's say by the development charge and other planning charges. So let's say that's going to take, rounded off, 10% off the cost of a $750,000 home, which brings it down to 680 or whatever, which is really still not affordable according to our affordability indices. So it really says that we need to really think out of the box, and so do our developers, to come down to real affordability for a portion of our housing. Anyway, I will then, if there's no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Treasurer. And I think you're going to stay up there.
I am going to stay up here. So I do have another short presentation.
So this is item 14.2.3, the Council Community Grant Award. And you can take it away.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I want to start off by saying, well, congratulating all of you, because this is not an easy thing to do, and it takes a lot of time and effort. And I'm sure that, you know, if you haven't scored something in the past and had to go through all of the applications, it makes it even more difficult. So a big pat on the back for all of you, because it is not a fun exercise. It's hard to see so much need and have to try and fit it into something, you know, an envelope that isn't, you know, astronomical. There's still a lot of money there, don't get me wrong, but it is hard. It's very difficult, but I appreciate, and I hope the public does as well, that it's not an easy task. So congratulations to you all on that. Just as a reminder, sorry, Jenny, next slide, please. Just as a background reminder, so this is the first year that the town of Collingwood has an application-based intake for your community council grants. For 2024, we had set aside $100,000, of which we granted, or members of council granted to the Girl Guides a maximum of $13,000. So what we used as the initial intake here was for $87,000, recognizing that the Girl Guides will be coming back to tell us what actually they need from us. And we've been communicating with them, and it sounds like they'll be back before the end of the month, so that we'll be able to hear what that amount comes to. This year, and as always, the objective of this grant is to make sure that it demonstrates the social, you have to demonstrate the social, economic, and environmental benefits that a particular program or project will have to the town of Collingwood, its taxpayers, and of course supports the town's strategic initiatives. And this year, the intake date ended on April 15th, noting that the 2025 intake will follow with the CRCG intake and begin in December of 2024. Next slide, please. Just a few other background information here.
we had 12 applications in total, of which 2 were considered ineligible. Just as a reminder, each application had to meet a minimum of 15 out of 30 points to be considered eligible. Staff reviewed the applications prior to council members receiving them to make sure that A, they meet all the eligibility requirements, and B, that their timing was in. And when members of council scored, we made sure that on average, the points were greater than 15. And I'm happy to say the scores averaged between 17 to 26. So everybody that after the 2 were removed for ineligibility were within that eligibility of over 15 points. I also want to be clear that where members of council declared a conflict, they were not included in the scoring for those particular applicants, nor were any of their values included in the award amount. So if a conflict was declared, they were removed from that scoring so that it was fair as well. Next slide, please. So this is how it rolled out. Again, we talked about 100,000 was budgeted, of which we have an obligation up to 13,000 for the Girl Guides for their trip to Iceland. And the group is expected to report back to us at the end of May to give us an actual amount required. So we went forward with 87,000 being available to allocate to the 10 awardees that you see here, of which $84,600 was awarded amongst the 10, which means there's about $2,400 remaining in that 87,000 that could be moved to other applications and or held to see what else comes along throughout the year. I'll note that there is only one application that expressed in-kind support as well, and that was the Rainbow Club. For the in-kind portion where they require the use of a facility, we have included that within the 10,800, understanding that staff time, we don't generally put a price on it, or is there an actual expense that goes through the system? So we will keep within that 10,800 for the Rainbow Club beyond staff support. So we've put this forward as consideration for members of council. It was based on an average of the awarded amounts that members of council had chosen. And I think it's a good, it's a wide array, and it does follow the scoring that was obtained as well. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Treasurer. Would there be anyone in the gallery that cares to comment on this staff report?
Probably would like to do that.
You've waited long enough.
But it is exciting, I must admit. I admire all of you for doing this. It's not an easy task. So Chair Doherty, Mayor Hamlin, and councillors, thank you for your efforts on behalf of the community. I just know how important that is to all of us. And Jazz and Blues at the Station, which is one of the things that I'm here to talk about, has been successful for 15 years because of financial participation of the town of Collingwood. You've been a partner all the way through because of the station, because of your financial input. And due to a health issue this last year, I wasn't sure whether I would be able to produce Jazz and Blues. I must admit that changes your life when something like that happens. Unfortunately, I've made a recovery and decided on April 15th, unfortunately, that I go on with the event. I missed the CRCG application, which I've done religiously for the last several years. I missed the council grant deadline of April 15th, obviously, by 4 days, because fortunately I found out about it, but unfortunately I wasn't in the right timing. And it's interesting, you know, when you talk about deciding to do this, I was the lead on the service committee with the Rotary of Collingwood, South Georgian Bay for many years. And we reviewed applications for funding every year. We knew how much money we had. We fundraised through the year, and we adjusted the funds accordingly. That's something I wanted to raise here, is that we adjusted the funds accordingly. And when we were flexible when an application came in late, we all know what the needs of our society are. They're so varied. I mean, everything I've heard so far, you know, it's not easy out there. I know that. So I noticed that the town council grant applicants who were successful in this application, only one, Theatre Collingwood, was from the arts and culture sector. That's 13% of the total funds. There was one other group that was close to 25%. And it's well known that music improves brain function, and theater shows us another view of the world. And art, as we know, is in the eye of the beholder. And the arts and culture sector is important to a vibrant community. And I hope you read my May 6th letter that I sent a couple of weeks ago. And my ask is for $6,000 to pay for the bands and sound production. That's what it's been for the last 3-4 years. No change. I pay my bands fairly. I work with a local sound production company, and the in-kind donation that I get at the station park, all of the funds go to the music programs at the schools. And this morning I gave a check to Our Lady of the Bay for the annual music scholarship. I don't make any money at this. I do it because of that. So Jazz and Blues at the Station is a well-attended summer event that brings the community together. And please reconsider my request for funds and the in-kind donation in the station park. So thank you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Goditis. Are there any questions? Councillor Baines.
To be quite pointed on this, what is your drop dead date for revenue? I mean, go, no go, because
I'm glad to hear you ask that. Just before this meeting, I walked next door to my my graphics people, John and Judy over at Collingwood Web Design. And I said, you know, I haven't announced anything yet. I've already got the bands in place. I've already got the dates. I've already talked to Roger for sound. I've got it all set up to go. I've talked to several of my sponsors. They're willing to step up. But the town's involvement is so crucial to this. And the first show is June 26th, is what my date is. So then I'm going to do June 26th, then I'm going to do July 10th, July 17th, and July 24th, because July seems to be the best weather month we typically have. And then I'm going to do another one on August 7th. Typically, you know, it's 800 to 1,000 people that have a great time there. So I really want to announce this week. I mean, it's, you know, it's a month out. So a lot of people have been asking me, and our website's been getting hit quite a bit. People are going, when's it happening? When's it happening? So, you know, to me, it's important because of what the end result is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Goodman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so seeing as there's no other public question or comment, I will read in the recommendation. And that is a staff report T 2024-13, 2024 Council Community Grant Award be received. And that under the Council Community Grant Policy, Council award the eligible 2024 applicants a dollar amount as calculated based on the average awarded by each member of Council from the 2024 operating budget, with the total dollar amount awarded being $84,600. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, Councillor Houston. Questions and comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm at the quandary of, I've declared that I'm going to take conflict in regards to the Hope Chapel discussion. My suggestion probably is that should be dealt with first, right? Because how do I talk about the other when I don't know what's going to happen with that? So it's your call, obviously, but does that make sense that I would ask that be severed right now and be dealt with? And I'll excuse myself. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. I wonder, Treasurer Quinlan, if you can put the chart back up in front of us.
Sure. Jenny, it's the final slide.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
I think I may declare a conflict on the Hope Chapel. I know initially when I first filled out the form, in my comments, I put that I was in conflict just with perceiving I back right onto the Hope Chapel property, and I do work with them back and forth on other services as far as the mobile soup kitchen and some other things, and I just think it would be probably the proper thing to do. I don't think, and I initially did put it in my comments, so I wouldn't sleep well if I went ahead and voted.
Sure.
So,
all right.
No. Thanks. I'll leave the room.
Step away, and we will deal with Hope Chapel first. Members of committee, so there is $4,400 allocated for the Hope Chapel school lunch program. Comments? Okay, well, I will then call the vote on Hope Chapel. All in favor? And opposed, if any? Thank you. So we will call our two councillors, or our councillor and our deputy mayor back in. Okay, so the balance of the applications then, which would be $80,200 in total. Any comments, questions, suggestions, Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Baines?
Yes, I'm happy with the distribution that's shown and to the recipients that are listed. So I wanted to just address briefly the Jazz in the Park question, because to me that has been a much loved music event in our community. And Mr. Goditis has, explained how he's put his heart and soul into this. And I certainly recognize it and appreciate, as do so many members of our community, having that opportunity to sit outside and listen to music in such a beautiful location during the summer. So my thought on this was whether I could make a suggestion that from the proceeds of the Mayor's Golf Tournament, that we cover that $6,000 for this year, with a view to staff thinking about, well, I guess next year perhaps it would be applied for in time, but just as a 1 year. We know that I think it's a third we've decided, or 30% of the proceeds will go to the Special Olympics this year. But 70%, sorry. So it leaves 30%.
Yeah.
And I think we're thinking we'd raise, looking over to Clerk Almas, do you know, is it 40? Who knows that? Won't be? Yeah. Okay. Acting Director Cubitt, do you have an estimate on how much we might raise this year?
Through Chair Doherty, yes.
Through Chair Doherty, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Right now, we are budgeting about 20,000. There's still, remains to be seen the revenues that come from some of the activities during the day. But we have taken sort of a conservative approach to this year's tournament, just to be safe.
Okay. So 20 times 30
It's about
It's
6,000.
Okay. Well, that's predetermining where the amounts would go. But anyway, I would be happy with that. I'll just leave it at that, and we'll hear from the others. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And hold that because you may want to make a motion. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. So really to assist the mayor, I'm wondering if we couldn't allocate the leftover 2,400 from this 87,000, which would take the pressure off the amount from the mayor's tournament, but that we commit to doing it in 2 parts. So I would amend the list to include $2,400.
Okay, I'll hear the rest of the comments and then we will address that motion. Councillor Ring.
My comment was going to be exactly the same as Councillor Jeffrey's.
Great minds think alike. Councillor Perry.
Thank you. And likewise, I was going to say the same thing. And sorry, Councillor Baines is probably going to say the same thing too. But I do want to backpedal a little bit. In hindsight, I did make some comments earlier as far as taking a hard line, and health-wise, I never even put that into my chain of thoughts, and I know a couple people here have been dealing with health issues this year, and I certainly myself have probably missed some deadlines on things I should have done that I didn't because of that. So the hard line, I do apologize for some of my comments, but I do fully support this. I think it's a great initiative. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Baines and Deputy Mayor.
I just have a clarification I suppose I require from either the clerk or the chair in that I support Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center to the province. Does that disqualify me in supporting that application here or in the participating in that process? I don't think so, but
can't you have to kind of decide on your own?
Yeah, well, okay.
Pretty far removed, I would say. You decide. Deputy Mayor.
I was just going to say to Councillor Perry, you did say that you understood that this was the initial year, and I appreciate your comments, but you were just voicing an opinion, and then, as I said, you did say that it's the first year, and we know that there's going to be some hiccups, and we'll get through that and go from there. But I just wanted to say that.
Great. Okay. So, Mayor Hamlin, would you like to articulate your motion?
I think, it's 2 parts. Better turn on my microphone. Okay. It's 2 parts that I'll just say I agree with the comments that were made about using the $2,400. It only makes sense. So that we allocate the amount left over of $2,400 to the jazz at the station. And secondly, that the balance of $3,600 be allocated from the Mayor's Golf Tournament proceeds.
Thank you. So that's moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Any other discussion on this motion? No. Oh, well, yes, absolutely. Then you can be the seconder. May the record show. Okay. Now that we've corrected that, all in favor? And that carries it unanimously. Oh. I'm colorblind. Can't help it. Okay, and then I guess, so then we'll go to the original motion that we haven't voted on yet. So the council, the community grant allocations as recommended. We've moved and seconded, all in favor. And that carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Item 14.3 is deputations, and we have none. And I assume there's no comments. Then next is 14.4, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. Okay, I have a mover and a seconder to receive. Okay, Councillor Perry, Councillor Baines, all in favor?
I'll vote for it.
Okay, so then you'll pull. Yeah, so we'll receive. All in favor to receive. Would anyone like to pull any one of these reports?
Chair Doherty, I don't need to pull it. I just wanted to make a comment. I noticed in both the BIA minutes and the Heritage Committee minutes, it made reference to the Collingwood Historical Society ceasing operation. And then I saw the article last week where President Skelton was interviewed, and they've gone on a pause, so to speak. They have some struggles with numbers and that. So my comment was only to say I'm hoping. I know the museum staff work very closely with the Historical Society. I just am hoping that some plan can be put together, and hopefully if they need staff assistance, they can look to it, because I do think that the Historical Society is an important element of our county. And because the minutes had mentioned it, I thought it was important to speak about that. So it was just a comment.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baines.
Just to follow up on the Deputy Mayor's comments, this subject was discussed last Thursday night at the latest meeting of the Museum Advisory Board. Obviously, it was a disappointment, if you will. And I wouldn't say that they've got a specific response yet at this point, but it's you've heard taking it under advisement. Certainly it would fall, I would think, naturally to the Museum Advisory Board to come up with some sort of response to try and encapsulate that function of what they were doing. So stay tuned, I think, for a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Okay, moving on then, item 14.5 is old or deferred business. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. I was just wondering if maybe the CAO or Acting Director Hewitt, just when were we expecting the study with the feasibility study with the Tumble Mountains for the rec multi-use or whatever? Just wondering kind of where that's at or when we would be expecting. So thanks.
Yeah. CAO.
I think that Acting Director Cubitt probably has that at her fingertips. I know there was a kickoff meeting quite recently. So now with the consultant on board, we're probably getting their more detailed work. So
okay,
if I could.
Acting Director Cubitt.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. That is correct. We have had 2 meetings with our consultants. Technically informal. We are in the final stages of getting a signed agreement put in place and expect to be making a public announcement next week, officially kicking off the project. So we're excited.
Excellent. Thank you.
No, thanks very much for that. I'm just curious, as I am getting asked quite a bit, and I figured I would ask sooner than later, but thank you for that.
Okay. So then other business. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I don't see Director Salama now, but I was just wondering how often we inventory our traffic lights and crosswalk lights. I've noticed a few lately where the seconds aren't counting down anymore and one side's working, the other side is. And I'm wondering whose responsibility that is and how that gets inventoried for correction. That's all. Don't need an answer. I guess I just like to know it's going to happen soon if it's our responsibility.
CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can take away the question. Director Salama is not in the meeting any longer this evening. However, if you do know a particular location where we should look into something, either we'd be happy to hear, or there are those lovely buttons for customer service that anyone can go on the website and just click on the signalizations, and we'll certainly send someone out to take a look if we're aware of a certain location as well.
Through the chair, like right now, I'm been told I need to give the location of all the double pole locations of all the street lights that aren't working. And after a while, I'm not sure how many lists I'm expected to make and remember and list. But I think if we have a process to check annually, it would be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. It's kind of ironic because I was just thinking that somebody has been working on them, because there's two that I know that haven't worked properly for months or are working. So I was just going to compliment the town on getting them done. So maybe I'll just keep that compliment to myself for now.
Oh no, the compliments are good too. Okay. Any other business? Okay. Any notices of motion? Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, thank you. I'll fix these words up with the assistance of staff before our next meeting, but essentially, in conjunction with the reconstruction of 6th Street, to ask staff to suggest a process that would allow trees to be planted by the town on the private property on 6th Street to enhance the number of trees compared to those that would be lost, and also how the costs could be calculated and covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So we will entertain that at our next meeting. Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, along the same lines, but a little different. And I wanted to hear the mayor's first, but my notice of motion would be that council directs staff to replace the 36 trees being removed on the 6th Street project 2-to-1 at a caliber to be approved by council, with a priority to public and private property on 6th Street within the project boundaries at the town's cost.
Okay, thank you. Item 14.8 is to rise from committee of the whole. So can I have a mover and a seconder to do that? Okay, Councillor Houston, Councillor Baines, all in favor? And I turn it back to you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw, which is that bylaw number 2024-043, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of council held May 9, 2024, and the regular meeting of council held May 22, 2024, be enacted and passed this 22nd day of May, 2024. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Baines. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous, and an adjournment. I think we have an adjournment motion here on my right. Councillor Potts, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
I'm winning.